there we go. Unexpected, victorious Tornado Energy.
2016 Wargaming.net League World Champions.
Good evening and welcome to the EU Wargaming.net League Season 2. My name is Ryan Murphy and I'm joined today by Mojo. How are you? I was going to say, how are you guys doing, which makes no sense. How are you doing, Mojo?
Better than you, obviously.
Obviously more prepared than I was there, yes. Thinking ahead of myself, Mojo, not good.
Things happen, Ryan. Things happen.
Yep. I'm surprised still at the speed of yesterday's matches.
It was kind of astonishing speed, lightning speed. I actually don't think we had a shorter day like that ever.
1 hour and 20 minutes, I believe the show was yesterday.
Almost like a Russian stream.
Crazy.
But it was pretty disastrous for Gunrunners. Complete annihilation by being 5-0, then Isuba 5-1.
Just like
Utopia. It just didn't look good for them. But they did say yesterday on a Isuba interview that the main match for them will be the one they're playing today against each other, because most likely, by the watching of these games, we will see either GRS or Isuba on that 7th spot.
Yep, let's have a look at the standings to see how it affected the table, because it didn't really have much of an impact, really, did it?
No, I mean, Ding took their first place, so that's the only real change we have here. And the Utopia just kept tail to the top 3 teams. But the only teams they really need to keep up are the top 2 places. And we can see there is like 6 different points of difference between Go Hard and them, and 7 to Ding. That's not easy already to catch up, because today, after the match, the first match we will have, already the second match is the part of the 3rd round robin. That means the part of the season where each team plays each other 3rd time. So 2/3 of the season already going. It's like this, and it's done.
It's fluent. Season 2 is absolutely fluent. Now, speaking of tonight's matches, let's have a look at what we're actually going to be seeing tonight, Mojo, because it's 2 absolutely vital matches between these teams.
Yes, we have Oops and Kazna first. That's going to be rather interesting to see, because at last Oops managed to win several matches. They had a weekend of 3 matches and they won 2 of them against Utopia last, while Kazna is on a winning streak, actually. 3 matches in a row. So, I mean, this is actually much better season for Kazna than the last one. Though with loss of Ilian, they're theoretically weakened. In practice, they're actually doing much better.
Yeah, I think Dares is stepping up this season. Certainly becoming more of a regular team. The only kind of regular team player, more featured later in the season with Kazna Crew. And like you were saying earlier, Gunrunners Isuba. Now, what's really interesting about this is we had the interview yesterday with the Gunrunners, with Isuba, where I spoke to Andrew, and I asked him, what do you think is going to be the hardest game? Now, they have a 3-match weekend, and one of their opponents is Ding. And you would expect them to say, well, it's going to be Ding or Utopia, but he said Gunrunners. And I didn't say it on the interview, but after the interview was finished, I said to him, actually, that's a really awesome answer, because nobody would really expect you to say Gunrunners. And surprisingly enough, right after the interview, Daki said to you, that's a really cool answer that he said Gunrunners.
That's the smart answer, because this is the battle of survival between these two. You never know, will they be in position to win other matches? I mean, their recent performance is everything but good. They have no good track record, either of the teams. So these are vital points. At the moment, Isuba is 2 points ahead of Gunrunners. But that can change after this match.
Yeah, I mean, they're wanting to get out of that last spot, because it means you have the relegation playoffs, which means your spot's not guaranteed. If they get that 6th spot, then they're safe. They're cool.
Yes, if they don't, they will have to fight their way back, which is always a gamble.
Yep. And speaking of fights, there's an epic battle going on right now with Fantasy, where Daki and Mojo are currently cheating to be able to play together and beat me.
Cheating? Really?
If you guys want to join in, the address is www.fantasy.eslgaming.com. Now, it is a bit late to join in, as Mojo said. We're about 2/3 of the way through the season after today. Those who are currently participating, if you're able to place higher than me, Daki or Mojo, you get gold. The top people that win, I think, 1 to 10. There's premium days available. There's tanks available.
Well, even if you join just now, I think it's okay because you will get a grasp what to do in the next season, how it
That's
works,
true,
and
yes.
so on. So you lose nothing, and you will learn something about the players, and you will know exactly what to do when the next season starts. So it's always a bonus.
It's a good learning experience. That's what Mojo and Daki did last season when I absolutely thrashed them in Season 1. And this year I'm taking it a bit more easy just to give them both a chance.
You mean with your second team?
With my main team. This is my main team. So
But Daki is already ahead of you.
I'm ahead of you. So I let Daki, you know,
For this
I was
week,
like...
we will see when the next win comes.
Well, we'll see, we'll see. To be honest, I'm already up against it because you've both got more money than me now. So cheating, both of yous.
Yeah, picking better players.
Cheats, Mojo. Cheats. Right, Mojo. Let's talk about Oops, actually, instead of the fantasy right now, because everyone's desperate to hear about them. Now, this team has gone through a couple of changes, but they're now starting to gel together, I think, now.
Oof. Everyone expected them to have such a good season, especially after the first match. I mean, they won Ding, for Christ out loud, on the first match, but then they have such good players that joined them. Milos, who came from Utopia. Then they have, I don't know, Deadzone, who joined from Kazna, Deha from Out of Range, and so on. But something didn't click, and they lost multiple very important matches. First big shock actually came when they lost to Esuba, a newcomer in the league.
Yeah.
It was not even a close game. It was 5-2 to Esuba. It really struck them hard. The biggest problem for them is actually most of the games, 5 of the games they lost with the result 5-2, and one with 5-3. So that's not really a cool track record for a team with their aspirations and ambitions. Good for them is that lately players that were kept in a backline like Algo stepped up, and he was actually a top damage dealer in their last match. So that's good for them, and it's going well. How will it go in the future? I really don't know. It's so erratic. This season, it's impossible to predict what will Oops do.
Yeah, it is very hard to call this one now. Earlier on this week, I had a little chat with Mayland, touching on some of the subjects, including last week. We didn't really kind of hang over the Gunrunners' defeat for too long, really. And also looking forward to this weekend's matches as well. So let's have a look at that interview. Hello there, Mayland. Now, you've had 2 wins and a loss last weekend. Rather than ask you what went wrong, for example, in the Gunrunners game, what actually went well for you against Isuba and Utopia?
Oh, we finally had the guys that were there for the training the entire week. We had them finally available for the matches, so we could actually play the things that the stuff that we trained with exactly those players at those positions, what we trained, and you saw it actually worked out pretty well. And yeah, we expected a 3-win streak throughout that weekend, but didn't quite happen. But still, we are going to take those points. We need every single one of those.
Okay, now we saw Algo stepping up from Tier 8 to Tier 10, and he had a massive game against Utopia. Is that now your secret tactic, just to play Algo in Tier 10s?
Well, you know, before Algo joined, or when he joined, he was always the Tier 8 player, so to say. But it was always his wish to finally step up and play Tier 10. But before, we didn't really have anybody to replace him at Tier 8. He was simply really good at Tier 8, and like really good at what he was doing. And now that Insane and Deadzone are kind of trying to take over his role at Tier 8, he can also do pretty well at Tier 10. We saw that, yeah.
Okay. Now, you have a 2-match weekend where you're going to be playing against Kazna Crew and Gohard. How tough do you feel this weekend is going to be?
Well, I guess Kazna Crew and Gohard, the 2 best teams at the moment. If you look at them right now, I have no idea how the games are going to go. We just need to play our stuff, just not get baited by anything, and just need to play our stuff and do our thing. And I think we'll be able to take home both matches.
Okay, well, best of luck to you and your team this weekend, Mayland.
Thanks, Hector.
Interesting what he's saying there about Algo. Being mainly the Tier 8 player for Oops so far this season, but he had a monster game, a real step-up game against Utopia. He carried the team through that match.
Yes, but he had multiple games like that in the past. It was just individual games usually because he was not picked usually in tier 10. So you could see that he's always trying to do his damage, but also he had a flaw because he's not that experienced as the guys around him. He would make some mistakes that probably cost them also. So yeah, that's always a trade-off. But overall, I think since they're a young team, they should invest in the players that are willing, not the guys that are showing up occasionally.
Yes, indeed. Now, they have been a bit sporadic, but their opponents, Kazna Crew, as we were discussing earlier on a bit of a win streak here. If you do love Kazna Crew, guys, drop by their Facebook and Twitter and give them a follow, say hello, give them your support. These guys, I mean, it's not really much of a change from what they're playing last season, is it?
Yes, last time they played Oops, it was 5-2 for Kazna, so this is their second match now. Kazna is doing rather well, rank 3 at the moment, but those points are pretty close to the leading guys because they're only 2 points behind Gohard, who are second, so that's practically nothing. Of the newcomers, we have called me Piotr and Vale coming from out of range, and Diplomat who joined them from the Gohard. We said multiple times Diplomat is not performing the hard carries he had in Gohard, but you can also say maybe that he's not forced to, as he was in Gohard in previous season. Gohard was a very erratic team, and that is something like Oops now. We have the same situation maybe with Ilian in Ding now, because he had to do hard carry in Kazna
and
before,
he's now playing
and
the
now in
single
Ding
shots and
he's
stuff.
just one of the guys, nothing more.
And saying that about Diplomat, he did have a really strong game last time round and was actually really high on fantasy points as well.
Yes, but that's one game out of how many?
It was good to see him just come up for once.
Please, Diplomat.
Yeah, please. Now, I also had a chance to speak to Vetso from Kazna Crew about this match and about how things went last week for him. So let's have a look at that interview. Hi there, Vetso. So after 4 tiebreakers in a row, Kazna Crew have now finally had a nice comfortable win against Isuba, where you defeated them 5-0. Is it fair to say that Kazna Crew are on a bit of a roll at the moment?
Well, the most important thing is that we didn't lose a match, and even though it seemed an easy match against the Suba, a 5-0 win, it wasn't. They were playing good. And I would say that we're on a good roll. It was our first 5-0 victory, so I think we're good.
Okay. Now, in the past seasons, Kazna Crew have been a team that usually always gets to the LAN finals by going through the online playoffs first. The way the team's currently performing right now, is it a fair call to say that you're perhaps looking to avoid playoffs altogether and go for one of those automatic 1-2 spots?
Well, every team is going for the first 2 spots, but I think it's a little bit early to say. Even though we're playing good at the moment, everything can fall apart in a second. Everything can be really good in a couple of seconds. So we're looking for the top 2 spots, and I hope we're gonna get it. But history says we always go through playoffs, and I hope we're gonna break that thing.
Fingers crossed. Now, you are going up against Oops and Ding this weekend. Which of these opponents do you think would be the toughest?
Both are going to be tough. Oops is desperate for points, desperate for wins. They're not looking good at the moment, but they're going to probably prepare really good for us. And I can't really say which match is going to be hard. For both matches, we're going to prepare really hard and really good, and I hope we can get another 2 Ws under our belt. Even though if it's a tiebreaker, we're still going to be satisfied with it.
Hopefully no more tiebreakers for Kazna. Okay, well, best of luck for you and your team this weekend, Vetso.
Thank you very much, Hector.
So Vetsa there from Kazna Crew, he says that he thinks perhaps both games will be just as difficult for him against Oops or against Ding for different reasons.
They actually have quite a difficult weekend, I would say. Oops is unpredictable. They're well aware of it, and Ding is Ding. And Ding, from the start of the season, that looked really shaky. Well, that's no more, because Ding is coming back to their old habits. They're very systematic again, and they're actually showing some color in their games. When I say color, they're not just doing same old, same old. They're actually
Yes.
doing introducing the changes
Some
and
surprising stuff.
some of the fluctual game that doesn't just go by the habits.
Not quite at the double Jagdpanzers on steps tactic for Gunrunners,
Well,
however.
that was unexpected, but not very well planned.
Yes. Guys,
That's one of
again,
those.
saying to Gunrunners, if you're going to do the new stuff, practice it. Don't just go, boys, I got a great idea. This will really surprise them. And the team's like,
It did surprise them.
we're just as surprised, mate. What's the tactic?
Well, it didn't look well for sure. I mean, who didn't see it, take a look, but still, Jack Panthers in the forest didn't look good.
Depths as well, just as we're talking about it, Mojo, and that's going to be our first map of the day.
It's gonna be a big clash here. The only problem is Kazna actually didn't play much of the steps this season. They have a good percentage of wins there, but it's all in attack. They haven't won a single round in defense yet. While Oops actually played quite a lot of those, so they would theoretically have some advantage here, but Kazna also has advantage because they could study it on the steps, while Oops has no idea what's going on there. Then we will shift on Murovanka, a map of Kazna pick. Obviously here you can see it because, hey, they didn't lose a single round on it this season. 11 out of 11, which is quite a track record compared to Oops, which are below 50%.
Yeah.
And then we go Mines, and we know Mines is not the strongest point for Oops. We've seen those climbs and failed pushes and so on. Maybe something will change in a guess. We don't know.
I think you'll find it's pronounced mines.
Oh.
Mines, just like with cliff.
Did you publish your own dictionary online?
And ding.
Yeah, the internet can suffer anything, even his accent. So it's all
Whoa! Hey! Outside now, Mojo.
fine.
I'll set Daki on you. I'll tell Daki you've got a ham sandwich in your pocket.
Dude, that's mean. That's just mean.
Hey, you're the one that's usually mean to him the most. You guys were tearing into me yesterday about the fantasy team.
Which one?
I
The
had
one
to-
you
I had to-
deleted or the one that you will lose with now?
I had to print out stuff from the wiki so you guys wouldn't continue to say stuff wrong on stream. Stream wasn't happy about that, by the way.
It wasn't wrong. We just didn't say anything because we had no clue. It's a difference.
I was like, I don't know what they're talking about either, to be honest. Let's have a look here, Mojo, at the lineups on steps, and it's going to be multiple bat chats.
Kazna in defense playing rather fluent setup. This is a super aggressive setup. They might actually start really forward played immediately. There are no hold out tanks like Kranwagen or something like that. Just 1-1-1-3 and bunch of mediums. Interesting. And honestly, they can play both sides with this. On the other hand, Oops playing with RT. Yeah, of course, we've seen teams play from the both sides. If 1-1-3 has binos, they might actually push even for that side toward the mountains. It's going to be interesting because high rotations are definitely something we're going to see in this one.
It's interesting as well with the lineup here from Oops, because after what we were talking about in the interview and after the interview, it looks like Algo won't actually be in the starting lineup. So let's find out exactly who Oops are bringing to the team as we can jump into the first round here on steps.
Steps, the most open map in the league. The attacking team appears near the rocks at the bottom of the map, and the defending team starts at the top. Bases are located near the railway and on the green. The best way to control them is to use the lowland near the second base. The attacking team usually begins the attack from the rocks and the railway, but sometimes they can attack through the green. Teams often drag vehicles from flank to flank, so both teams usually pick light vehicles with a good camouflage rating, but sometimes use tanks with a strong turret and even SPGs.
Okay, let's get this battle underway, Mojo. Kazna crew on the red side are defending, and Oops on the blue side are going to be attacking into them.
This is rather interesting. You can see Isne immediately pushing here to see is there some fast push by Oops coming on this side. And if he doesn't see any, there is a high chance he will just return and climb the mountain then rather peacefully. On the other side, Kazna is doing a full push over toward the other A line, one line. And look at Stefan. He's in the face. He's in the face of Oops. And Oops is already backing off and gathering up the forces.
Very bold play there from Kazna crew. If you are watching and taking part in our quest, you can see that is a T-54 prototype that is available to win. All you need to do is be patient and wait for Nightbot's instructions. That's it, folks. Just chill and do what Nightbot tells you to do. Now we're looking from the RT POV here, trying to get a shot into... Well, actually, Silence was taking it. It was High, but the RT was shooting that there at the moment. That was the POV from Insane. Haiba trying to get shots. So we see Mailand taking a bit of damage there as we're looking from the viewpoint of Haiba as Mailand, and there's a push actually, Mojo, coming through the middle here from Oops.
Yes, there is. They already managed to climb Deha on that E1 position, you can see, so he will protect their flank, and they're using everyone else available to pressure Kazna out of the 2-cap. Isne is already using that moment. I think he's trying to climb up. I'm not sure will they be able to spot him at the moment. If they do, it's not going to be a long career for that RU.
So a little Pikas came over and someone's connected with a shot onto Nexus here. As we see Yize making that climb, just as you said there, Mojo. And now Mailand and Silence are pushing right up here onto Nexus. And we see Camille coming around the bottom as well. He's spotted Dares. Dares sees him now. So Spoink might go over to assist Camille and then try and get the jump onto Dares.
Well, every team at the moment has their own sort of advantage, you can say. Kazna has an advantage because they managed to climb Isne on this specific upper spot, so he will help them with sniping all the time. Yes, he has low alpha, but constant shooter, he can harass them. On the other side, the arty of Oops will work for them. Mailand is taking a lot of damage there. They're getting flanked.
Mailand peeked over, trying to get the kill onto Nexus. It was Silence who picked up the kill. Now, before that, we saw Dares trading with Camille. Camille got 2 shots into him and taking no damage in return. Oops are able to chip away at the health at the moment of Kaznakru. Kaznakru are giving as good as they get, but Oops have a slight HP advantage now, almost 1.1k now.
It's a major blow here for Kazna to lose a Nexus like this. I'm not really understanding what's going on. A Haiba is tracked. Yo, only RNG saved him, but just for a second.
Decha jumping over there to get a clip out into Haiba, not able to finish him off, but the kill came in there at the back from their 113 of Milosh. Now, Oops have taken control of this map. It's insane, gets the kill on Stefan, and Kaznakru are down 3 tanks. They've lost 2 of their batchats and their 113. This is not looking good for them, Mojo.
Well, this is absolutely Oops round. They managed to read out the moves from Kazna very well, and even Isne on the mountain will not really change much here. Kazna is pretty much done here. Diplomat already doesn't have a commander. 1/4 of this HP is coming from a light tank, so Oops only needs to do the closure with a simultaneous approach.
Look at this, Milosh peeked around that corner and baited both Vetso and Diplomat out there into shooting him, but right into the guns of his teammates. Milosh still has all his health to play with at the moment, so does Camille as he wants to come and try and wrap around, but he has to be careful of Dare shooting at him, as both Decha and Camille are taking damage there on Oops at the moment. It's not 100% over, Oops still have to play it careful, but they do have that massive gun advantage right now where it's 7 against 4.
Well, Camille did tell them that the light tank is up on a hill. They already have the crossfire, they have a superior number of the guns. Kazna cannot even support each other. You can see how Vetso fell down alone here. Diplomat will be the next. Yep, this is pretty much the Oops round.
This is a steamroller here for Oops. They lose Mailand, but right now it doesn't matter. They're the attacking team. They can sit on base 1 all they want right now. Disney and Dares will have a hell of a job trying to reset anything, and it is 6 guns to 2 at the moment, and this looks to be first round to Oops, and a very strong start from them.
This is a nice game here for them, but still, this is just at the moment tradition for Kazna, who keep their 0% in defense on steps. That really doesn't change anything, because on the other side, so far they had 100%.
So Yizne just trying to pick out shots at the moment. Camille actually takes a big hit there from Dares. Looks like they might try and clip each other out. It's Camille that comes out on top. Yizne, Artie's zoning in on you, mate. It's the beginning of the end, as Insane's going to let this one fly, and that's going to be good night, Yizne.
Maybe, maybe not. Oh, those lasers, man.
Oh, he missed.
Star Wars.
Yizne, like Neo from the Matrix there. Oh, he took a hit. 420, no fire. But Oops have capped out and taken round 1 here on steps.
It was a pretty nice game.
Very
Fast one
smoothly
also.
done, yeah.
The good thing for them, when we didn't see the moment when Nexus died. He just kind of disappeared.
And he got hit. I think he got shot. He got shot a couple of times at the start, so he was at least 2 shots into him. But then Insane just took him out when the fighting started.
Oh, I'm gonna really check out what happened there. But
You'll be able to see how many shots he took.
That was pretty much the beginning of the end for Kazna. It's gonna be rather interesting to see. Let's see, Nexus took 4 hits. So definitely one of them was a bigger hit. I mean, Kazna, yes, they try to play aggressive. We said from the start when we saw the lineup, this is going to be some kind of push for Kazna.
Yeah.
But Oops didn't take the bait. They were really shaky in some rounds, and they knew how to lose them when they're pressured on steps. But in this one, this was not the case. They really displayed themselves well, and they waited out took the angles, spread out immediately all over the map. You could see how they positioned their tanks and stretched the line of Kazna, because Kazna couldn't push because of the position of Deha on E1, because he would constantly shoot them in the back. Milos, top damage dealer here in his single shooter, but not something we haven't seen many times before. He's really constant performance for Oops. And we have Deha and the Spoink coming back. He didn't play entire last week.
All three of us had him in our fantasy team last week,
Yeah,
and he
it was a
didn't
disaster.
play last week. So at least all three of us failed together. Yuzny actually doing the top damage there for Kazna Crew in RU251, but arguably he was the last one surviving. And then Diplomat, then Dares. Diplomat and Dares actually two of the last tanks surviving as well. So the ones that were in the fight the longest for Kazna gained damage up. I mean, look at this. Bottom three players there, all coming from Kazna Crew. Mainland, actually one of the strongest performers usually for Oops. Actually, they're the last damage dealer.
Doesn't really matter as long as it's a win. That's how I see it. And he does have 2 kills after all. So that does matter here in
Kill
this
stealing.
case. Kill stealer.
Kill secure. Sorry, Mainland. Kill secure. But hey, as long as you get the kills, damage, as long as you win, that's really all that kind of
I
matters
think
at the end
it's
of the day.
all about win. Like, you can go like Koritz and find entire team die, and if your team wins,
Yep, we
Still
did it. You know, that's all that matters. Points on the board. Now we're going to go to round 2. Teams are going to swap. It's going to be Kazna Crew then on the attack, and we're going to see Oops on the defense. Now you said earlier Kazna Crew have 0% defense.
but 100% attack.
100% attack?
Yes.
Wow. Talk about...
Of whole 2 rounds they played in attack.
Okay, so I was going to say, talk about hot and cold, but there seemed to be a bit of a... So does that mean they've not played a lot of it on defense, or has it
They
been a
played
lot
completely
of
3
siders?
rounds on steps so far.
Okay,
So that they
it's
didn't play
kind of like
much.
the map they want to avoid really this season.
I don't know, maybe even other people just banned it against them, because I think Kazna actually plays it decent. Even those couple of rounds I watched, they looked well.
Okay.
Well, this one was okay in a start, but Oops was just better.
Okay, well, let's look at the lineups and see what teams are going to bring to them in the next round here. Now, some slight variations in what we saw previously.
Well, Kazna now in attack, playing with Kranwagen and Object 140. This is rather interesting to see as an approach. And Oops playing in defense with pretty much mirror lineup, only 1 budget more.
I'll be honest, Mojo, with the Kranwagen and Object 140, that makes me think they might be going to base 2 on the right-hand side.
It's possible, but more likely for me they will go on other side. But still, Oops, usually with this lineup you go along the rail and you just climb the roof up above you, and then you approach with the rest of the guys. And since Kazna does not have an RTP, this Kranwagen will be a heavy problem for them.
Well, as always, Mojo, I'm completely wrong in my estimations. I was thinking that because we've seen, should I actually explained why I thought they were going to go that way. And we've seen the objects sometimes sit on that area at, I believe, D5, E5, which is really powerful and do a lot of damage, and the Kranwagen could support them and hold down. But, of course, Kazna Crew are like, no, Ektar, we're actually going left. They are the red team attacking here, and Oops are the blue team that are going to defend it. And Oops have got quite a strong control already on the north side of the map.
Well, we could see Spoink do the fast boost on the mountain there. There are 2 ways to climb there. That was a faster, and he did it impeccable this time. We actually did a video today, and on that one he fell down like 3 or 4 times. So that was not the brightest moment. That was the game when he got 1-shot by RT.
Oh!
That was a poor Spoink game.
Damn.
But you can see why is Kazna actually using that object. He's a constant shooter. He has a low silhouette and a fast shooting tank. So he is in cooldown on that K line far below. He will spot any kind of rotations here for Oops, and he will be able to sustain some damage.
Milo has taken a shot as he peeked there.
He probably peeked too much.
Probably peeked and had his gun aimed slightly down or something, because that's not an area where you would normally be able to penetrate a Kranwagen because of its ridiculous turret armor.
Yes, if you shoot in frontal, but you can see the guy who shot him is Nexus, so that means that his
good angle on him.
turret was badly angled, and he shot his side.
Unlucky Milos, as we're just drifting up over the view of Nexus here to look towards Diplomat and Stefan.
In this situation, perfect for Oops would be if they had potential to climb 1 more bacha there on A1 position on that mountain above Deha and Insane. But you can see they're reluctant to do it because Kazna is too close, and they will probably spot him and just kill him while he is attempting to do so. So, smart decision actually not to do it. Also, they're using active spotter Melee to see a bigger rotation on time, so they can relocate their heavy tanks on time without wasting any precious moments and getting in some awkward situation.
Mayland and Yizny there spotting each other out on the minimap as Yizny backs off and we were following the viewpoint of Mayland as he drove away from that area. It looks like Oops are setting up expecting Kaznakru to push over the rails, Mojo, but Kaznakru don't seem to be taking that bait.
But look, this for Oops, this is okay. They're rather safe here at the moment, and if they're keeping themselves unspotted, this is good. If you don't give your enemy info, they really don't know where the tanks are, they can get trapped.
Just realised as well there's been a substitution here for Oops as Silence isn't playing in
Yes,
this round.
Dead Zone is now.
Dead Zone's in for him, okay.
Still swapping those players around. I don't know, is that the best choice for them, but that's their business. Our is to commentate on it, right?
No, I think you have a fair point there, Mojo, because we did say we were surprised that Algo hadn't remained in the team. So, you know, will this work for Oops, will it not? They have won round one, so maybe we are, yeah, like you're saying, we're wrong.
Theirs is in a position Deha played in the last time on E1, and this is rather slow game by both of them.
So at what point do you think we're going to get movement here from Kazna, and how do you think that they're going to actually break through, Mojo?
It's going to be rather hard for them actually to break this one. We already said they have a light tank here who is dominating over this cap, so he can spot and occasionally shoot for decap, and he can, more importantly, shoot any tanks who are trying to fight from these areas. So if Kazna actually presses there and they can put a heavy tank with Binos to spot him up and then they can shoot him up, but they don't have RT, so it's not really safe. Also then Kranwagen from Oops can come in this area here and play hold down against while they're just flanking here. So I really don't think Kazna should do it because I don't see it coming well. We've seen Kazna multiple times trying to push and doing it successfully, like fully from down here. If they manage to do it unspotted, and that's the keyword, that will work out. But you can see Oops tanks are already waiting for that. For me, honestly, I think they will have to do something on this side of the map with a strong push.
Well, they are grouping up over that area. It looks like Haiba's moving back from the middle road over to the rest of his teammates. Nexus is coming around the bottom as well, and they're just leaving Yuzny out on the right-hand side. So, Mojo, I think you're right here. I think Kazna are going to make a push at some point here over the rails and go for that #1 base.
I simply think the other options will hurt them much more and are kind of a blind play. Here they might take a fight one-on-one and counted the tanks in a distance, like on A5, A6, will not connect their shells the best, while they will have maybe a better focus fire here.
Now, are we seeing Yuzny trying to come in as a distraction here while Kazna get ready to make their push? Because Diplomat's leading the way. And how much attention is Oops going to give to Yuzny or ignore him while they can try and get as much shots as they can on Kazna crossing over here? And vitally, who goes first?
Vitally, if Diplomat is spotted on other side, you can 100% sure Oops will focus their whole attention there. Because you do not throw a tier 10 like that, so you could push from another side. That would not end well.
Look at the angle there from Milos with that ridiculous gun depression on the Kranwagen, able to just peek over that rails. Vetso spotted. Kazna are making their move now here as Stefan's coming in. Stefan takes the first shot there from Milos. Milos wants to peek and get another shot down. The rest of Kazna crew coming over here, and Haiba takes a lot of damages. He was the first one to crest the hill. All three of these bad chats from Haiba now Kazna going to jump onto Milos, but look at the crossfire coming back out from Oops. Kazna taking punishment across the board here, Mojo, but it looks like Oops might lose the first tank.
Of course, Milos already emptied his clip, but the problem is because Kazna still have 7 guns in the game, while Oops has a dead guy and Dead Zone on a half HP. And they have a couple of guys that are off the battle. I think Oops will actually lose more tanks because those tanks we said are not part of the battle. Those tanks, Dead Zone and the group in that area are completely off.
Diplomat still has one more shot to take. You see Stefan still had an entire clip there to take as Vetso now comes in an object, able to just spit out multiple shots from the DPN there of the object. Decha's going to go down in a minute here. What can the rest of Oops do? Kazna crew have taken damage across the board, but Diplomat still has all his health at the moment, and Oops are on the ropes. They have lost 3 tanks, and this has not gone their way at all in this fight.
They're trying to chase in Isne, and if they manage to do it, they can attempt some kind of positional play. But this was a big blunder because of them, because they expected from the faraway sniping they will be able to cover their teammates along the rail, and that's just not the fact. You can see that. You can see what happened. The brutal focused fire from the close proximity of Kazna just prevailed.
Kazna crew more or less just baited out shots before they came over there, then they could just switch out the teammates who had the most HP to then lead over on the charge. As Camille takes a parting shot in the rear, he shot and didn't really connect. As a Mainland is tracked in the middle there by Diplomat, but quickly goes out of spotting range as Camille took another shot as he backs off. He's heading after Yizne. Yizne was baiting him to come over. But look at this, Ders and Nexus are chasing him down right now as well. He's got nowhere to go at the moment. Kazna Crew smell blood in the water, and they are going in for the kill. This is going to be 1-1 here, Mojo.
2 minutes 20 seconds till the end. Kazan is just spread out all over the map, and Camille definitely found a couple of people he didn't look for actually. So this will be his quick end. Yes, Nexus kind of paid a price there for being a bit greedy, but still this leaves us with 6 Kazna players against 3 of Oops, and one of them is Poink in his RU.
Diplomat there taking a truck ton of damage though. One more shot and he goes down actually. Now, where was that coming from? As Spoink tries to get a shot into the back of him, misses. Spoink actually does connect with him, but then Diplomat removes him off the battlefield. Sorry, it was actually Camille he removed, I believe, or Dead Zone, sorry it was. As now all we have is Mayland and Spoink left against 5 tanks of Kazna Crew, but Kazna Crew are just going to triple cap this one out, and it'll be one hell of a hero rush to be able to bring it back in Oops' favour.
They're in no rush whatsoever, but Mayland and Spoink, I simply don't see it as a chance. They do not have the HP nor positions to deal with this.
Mayland sticked his head up out of the road there and it got taken off by the gun line of Kazna Crew. Kazna Crew in return have just capped exactly as what Oops did in the round previously, and it's 1-1. Kazna Crew remain undefeated on steps.
I expected something like this from the steps. 1-1 is the reasonable result between these two. But Murovanka is coming next, and that's Kazan's domain.
Yes, Murovanka, certainly Kazna know how to clear out those bushes. They are used to trying to be cap rushed. They've done cap rushes themselves. They've done cap baits.
They simply have better understanding of the map than most of the other teams.
They have a really good understanding of it. I mean, I've never seen Kazna really look like they're struggling here, like they look terrible.
Oh yes, they did in previous seasons, but this one is not the one of those.
Season, yeah, I suppose, yeah, definitely. Now, do you think Murovanka's going to be both rounds Kazna then?
In this game, there is a potential for that, but we'll still need to see the stats, who did what in this game. And there's, as you said, stepped up, and he did a carry for his team in this one. 3.6k, followed by Vetso in his single shooter, 2.6. Rather good from these two. Yep,
Ders was a top damage dealer, I believe, last time round for Kazna. One of the last players round. Actually, no, it was Yizne, because he was in the RU, but Ders was, I think, then next with Diplomat. 2 kills as well, so it's very good play from Ders in the back chat there. Decha and Mayland. Mayland one of the last surviving players for his team, but I mean, Dead Zone, only 2 shots there, 2 shots connected from 7. Need to be doing a bit better than that. Spoink as well in the RU. I mean, he fired out a lot of shots, but didn't connect with them quite so much.
Doesn't matter, that's a light tank. The point is, they left a lot of tanks that don't have very accurate guns on a distance.
Yeah.
And they cannot really connect on those kind of... I mean, you imagine the scenario. You show Haiba going over the rail. He takes a couple of shots. Yes, he's a big target, slow target.
Yeah.
And then you have like fast buzzers, like butt-shots. They just hop over, and you're supposed to hit them on 400 meters plus.
Yeah, you maybe get 1 shot, but then they're over the rails, and then there's like a cluster of tanks, and you can't pick out the guy who's
really
on low health.
They're shooting Milos, who is 20 meters from there.
Yeah.
They're shooting Decha and whoever was next to him. He's like 50 meters away, while the guys that are supporting from Oops are shooting half a map away.
Yeah.
It just doesn't stack up.
Yeah. Good plan, just not perfectly executed in a way, I guess. They knew what Kazna were going to do, they just weren't quite fully set up to receive it, you would say.
Yeah, they were thinking, okay, we have a fire line, but they completely neglected these kind of facts.
Yep. Now, Murovanka. It's been a map of legend, if you like. Some of us have loved to commentate on it, and others have hated it, and it's gave some real interesting situations as well. So let's have a look at the lineups, Mojo, and actually see the vehicles we're going to be bringing from both teams, and if there's any surprises.
Kazna in attack, playing their favorable object for 30/2.
They do love that tank. I'm pretty sure we'll probably see Vetso on it, I think, is usually
I think it's very versatile because you can use it on both caps.
Yeah.
And it has really hard turret, and when you angle it, it's hard to pen it, so that's why they're using it. Of course, they're using E5, because with that tank you can go in hold down and you can proxy spot the enemies, also, again, on a various sides of the map. So they're using this lineup that can actually play from both sides, forest or toward the hills.
Just which way will it be played, however, Mojo? Well, there's one way to find out. Let's go to map 2. It's all square here, 1-1. We're going into Muravanka.
Muravanka, a map with a great number of buildings, bushes and trees, amongst which teams hide for most of the battle. The attacking team begins the battle from the top of the village, and the defenders start from the bottom of the map. Both bases are better controlled from the hill near the first base, and from the green in the lower left corner of the map. There are many attack directions. The attacking team often attempts to gain the attention of defenders by putting pressure on the first base, whilst manoeuvring several tanks behind the second base to deliver fire into the defending's flank. Team setups are very diverse, but the players often choose the fastest tanks, even for heavy setups. They could even bring SPGs.
Well, no SPGs this time, as we're looking at the viewpoint of Kazna Crew. They are the red side attacking here, and they're giving Yizny a little boost, as Camille is also doing the same to Decha here on Oops on the blue side.
Interesting choo-choo trains going all over the place. And rather new play by Kazna, leaving Diplomat completely alone there on A-line. That's something you don't see often, because if actually they check that corner with Butchats, they're going to annihilate him.
I was going to say it could be perhaps cap rush base 2 here, but it looks like Dead Zone might actually spot it out if they try and rush it, but Kazna are going hard down here onto the base 2 area, Mojo, down the right hand side.
This is not a bush teams use often, but it was used previously. It gives rather good and early warning where the enemy is coming from, but Kazna is experienced team and they actually might feel him out because of that. Do not forget, Stefan is probably the best guy in sorting out people from the bushes, and he's usually delegated from Kazna to do it.
Haiba got spotted there. Vetso and Ders looks like they're going to push Yizny all along the bottom. This looks like a particular set tactic here from Kazna, Mojo. This is not something we've seen before, really.
No, they're obviously trying
Dead Zone
to...
spotted, and he's going to go down already, Mojo. Already, Oops have lost their scout, and who gets the kill? The man you said, Stefan.
How did he position himself so he got spotted so easily? I really don't know. I mean, if Haiba spotted him from there, where was the cover fire? How did they position the tanks? You cannot position a tank to spot others if you don't have any means to shoot them. Also, while they spotted that action down there, they send no Butchats in the top part of the area to check out is anything going on that one on two line. This is also not really smart by Oops, because they might have actually picked up Diplomat for free there.
Mind games within mind games, Mojo. It looks like Kazna Crew has been taking a leaf out of Gohard's book.
It was a nice, interesting 2-2 down train with Isna and a couple of Butchats. They obviously used him as an armor barrier there. And because a lot of teams like to make traps there, while they had a lot of focused fire with the tanks behind. But since Haiba got spotted early in the village, they knew there is someone on that H line from the bushes, because you can't spot him otherwise.
Milosh taking a big gamble here to drive forward. He has all the guns of Oops behind him, but Oops are still absolutely adamant.
It's going to be a push by Oops, 100%.
Kazna Crew are doing something on base 2 here, and Kazna Crew are actually wrapping round the top, and they could go into base 1 and catch Oops here with their pants down, because Oops are taking the bait that Kazna's dangling out for them, and Oops are going to get caught in a real bad crossfire in this couple of seconds.
Well, the only guy who will get 100% caught in a crossfire is Isna. He is as dead as Dodo. And one cap is not really in a great danger here. It's just not losing much health for Oops. That's the game they need to play now. This was actually a good comeback from there. This is something that was done in the old times of Muravanka when Tier 8 was played. This was actually what people did then. When you suspect any enemies rotating one side, you would do a dual push along the K line and that H line. So you would just have high numbers, and if enemies split, like this was the case, you pick up at least one guy for free. At least. Kazna sensed it, and they did say, yeah, Isna, we like you, you're a cool guy, but see ya, bro.
Next is taking some damage in the middle, as Oops took a bit of damage across the board. Isna was able to get out 2 shots before he went down. But right now they've traded a tier 8 for a tier 9, and I guess if you're in Oops' position, you would kind of take that trade. Although Milosh at the moment, however, though, Mojo, damaged turret ring. He can't actually angle his turret. If somebody wants to shoot at his engine deck, he's in real trouble. Right wide open here, actually.
Well, he will be actually lucky to even... Oh, never mind, lucky. Well, I mean, turret, I wanted to say, was least of his problems.
Yeah.
Because he was spotted on the open ground. Also, turret for Kranwagen is horrible as it is when you try to turn it left and right. With the damaged one, even when it's, of course, orange, I can't even imagine. But there you go. This is like insane push here for Kazna. Last resort for Oops.
Oops, just throwing all their eggs in one basket and then diving into the gun line of Kazna as they're trying to take out Diplomat at the moment. But look at the crossfire coming in here as Insane takes lots of damage to the side. Now, Diplomat is dropped, but everywhere that an Oops tank moves, there's a Kazna gun aimed their way, and they're taking shots from every angle here. You've got a really nice crossfire from Kazna Crew, the 4 tanks remaining that are shooting across here. You've got Vetso and Nexus actually right on top of each other pretty much, shooting down from the hill. And oops, I mean, Milan still has all the health, but this is done and dusted. This one's going to Kazna Crew already.
I mean, Melan will melt away together with his teammates now very soon, because that tank has no armor and is certainly not the greatest flanking tank. Kazna will remain at the moment on their 100% win ratio in Murovanka, and you can see why. They are reading the game much better than Oopsies at the moment.
It's very interesting how it's gone there. The first 3 kills, they lost Dead Zone for nothing in return. Then Kazna Crew lost Yizne for nothing in return. They did only get like...
not nothing in return, you cannot say that.
They got Yizne back, but then they only took 2 shots of damage. And then right after that, they lost Milosh. So, I mean, it was 3 tanks. Oops, were almost forced into having to then do something.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. Like, Kazna did lose Yizne, but Oops paid heavy price. Number 1, they got spotted. Kazan knew exactly they are all there. Number 2, they already did damage to Milosh. And when Oops headed back, they were already spotted, so they lost the game, actually, in that very moment. This is just something like a consequence. The game was done the moment Milosh was shot first time on the way back.
That was the deal breaker in your eyes then, yeah?
Yeah, it was pretty much GG right there and then.
It's the last dying moments of Oops here as Camille can try and farm a little bit more damage for his fantasy team. Getting a shot there into Stefan, but Vetso's going to come over. He's going to finish this one off. It's actually Nexus who gets the kill. And there we have it. Oops, who started out 1-0, are now down 2-1 to Kazna.
Now will be the real problem for Oops, because this is their better side on Murovanka, and we did see how it looked. Now they will go in attack, and in attack they have only 20% win ratio, and Kazna still has those 100, and we could see like Kazna on inferior side how it looked.
Yeah.
I mean, they had about 6,000 HP surplus.
It was like fighting a sword fighter, and he's like, actually, I'm left-handed, and then puts the sword to the other hand, and you're like, ah, great.
So pretty much Kazna has a chance already to break off, but of course nothing is a done deal. They still have to win this game.
True, true. I mean, you did say beforehand, Mojo, you thought it was going to be 2-0 Kazna here on this round.
Always a possibility, yeah.
Always. You and your crystal ball, Mojo.
Always, yeah, it up for today.
Always bringing out the predictions. Do you have the batteries plugged in this time?
I'm ready for tomorrow, man.
Okay, now top damage. I'm thinking perhaps top damage came from Stefan. He seemed to be doing a lot of damage there. Or even Nexus, actually, maybe, was in a position with, I think it was Vetso right beside him up on that hill, able to get a lot of crossfire.
Definitely had the potential in his TVP to do the damage all the time. But in this kind of game, I really don't know. It can be any of them, like even theirs.
Yeah,
who had a good position.
Usually when we say this, it always tends up being somebody on the losing side as well. But no, Stefan 2.6, Haiba actually 2.6 as well in the tier 9 bat chat for 16 shots. Very nicely done there, Haiba. Dares coming in 3rd place, Mojo, 3 kills. Dares is a bit of a machine right now for Kazna Crew.
Yeah, he's doing rather well. I mean, he was always a decent tier 10 player, but he's stepping up, so that's good for them. Camille doing the top damage here for Oops, but he was their last survivor, so a couple of those shots that don't even really count. Because, honestly, when the fight is done and you are chased by enemy T, you can do whatever damage you want.
Yeah.
It just doesn't matter anymore. It's just like for fun.
Nothing you can really do against multiple guns. You can try and get a couple of kills just to kind of rub it in.
Yeah, it's just like kind of a bit of shooting exercise, but that's about it, and maybe to prolong the length of the game. Dead
Zone got 1 shot off before he ran. Milosh actually only got 1 shot out as well, so unfortunate for both of them, and that was kind of breaking point. Oops losing complete control of the south of the map.
I have no
free
idea
kill for Milosh, wasn't it?
What really happened that Dead Zone got spotted so easily. So there can be only 2 possibilities. Number 1, they positioned him rather bad on a position where they cannot cover him, and when Haiba just approached, he spotted him because he was
side, maybe, yeah.
He can spot him because maybe just proximity was he was just too close, and they had no way to respond to that, and that was just a free gift. Then that was bad tactics. Number 2 option, and we can just judge that by if we look at the demos later, is maybe Dead Zone misplaced his tank. and some part peaked where he is not supposed to, because you can peek with the tracks left and right. That's not a problem. That's how the game works. But if part of your body is sticking out of the bushes, that gets spotted. So if he did something of that, that's just a death sentence right there and then.
Yeah, because usually the spot comes along from the bottom of the K line, and the AMX is usually at least double bushed, which makes it impossible. But maybe from where he was, there was only the bush he was in, and then just nothing else for
We
where
have a
Hyba was
part of
able
the
to get an angle.
situation that we've seen Utopia, if you remember playing Udes, and he was not even in a bush. He was sitting in the
Sitting
middle of the
open.
nowhere, and he didn't get spotted. The dead zone was trying to be in the bushes, but
Yep.
never mind that.
Now here's the lineups. Kazna Crew on the defense, Mojo taking double Kramwagens, and oops, IS7 and E5. What do you expect here from Kazna Crew? Or actually, more really, what do you expect from oops?
Well, Oops does look they will play from the lower side of the map first, and then they will approach toward up, because this I7 is kind of made to go toward the K line, and then E5 approaches, and so on and so on. But Kranwagens in defense, this is a rather sturdy defense and a slow one. I believe they will make a crossfire, and one of them will probably be pushed by Butchats toward the red line, while the other one will just sit next to the hill. And they will have support by these Butchats and so on, and of course 1390 in the field. But how will Kazna actually play it out, and what cards are they holding, we need to see, because the essence of this map is reading the enemy well, positioning tanks like you do some damage while they're approaching,
Yep.
and then you do something like a fierce counterattack on time. So
Yeah.
that's the key for this map, and always was.
I think Kranwagens are a really strong choice for this map because of the way that the defensive team always kind of plays that ridge line. The only real counter we've seen to that has been a kind of semi-powerful counter was taking artillery, but again, artillery is always, pardon the pun, hit or miss. It always puts a lot of it says to the enemy team, hey, we've only got 6 guns, when it actually comes down to the real fight.
Yeah, but also, picking RT is a blind pick. So if they don't have Kranwagens, if they play with a fast lineup, you are automatically dead on Murovanka, because defender can also attack you. Like, all the picks between the teams before the game are completely blind. They are played in a training room, but when they are set by admin pick tanks and they send the lineups to admin, they just pick what they have. They don't know what are the other guys taking until that very moment. So do you have an RT? That's a gamble for one side. Do you have 2 Kranwagens? That's your preparation for enemy team. What tactic would you want to play? And what do you think the enemy will try to do? That's completely 2 different terms.
Yep, that's always the mind game. You always think to yourself, this is a cool tactic we've got. Everything's going to work out amazing, so long as the enemy team doesn't do XYZ or pick ABC.
Which could be a perfect counter, and you can do absolutely nothing against it.
And vice versa. You can just think, like, they've played this lineup 5 times. Would they go to the same bush? Okay, guys, we're going to pick a direct counter to their tactics, and then you wipe the floor with them. But that can go bad, because Gohar tried that against Ding too many times last time they played each other.
It worked 3 first maps, but then not so much.
Ding adapted, they evolved, and then turned the tables on them.
They're just starting playing from their minds, like, okay, we're going to do this in this round, and it worked well.
I like that Ding. I like the spontaneous Ding. I think that's my favourite Ding when they're doing stuff. All teams, I love that. Like, okay, what they're doing. Okay, maybe not so much when, no offence, gun runners, because gun runners don't always look like they've practiced it. But I mean, Kaznan Crew is certainly capable of it, and so is Oops. Will we see it here or not? Murovanka here at round 2, Mojo. Well, there's one way to find out. The teams have already started. Spoink taking a little bit of damage there as Dead Zone clips into him. Now, Oops on the blue side are attacking into Kazna on the red side, and, well, Oops have taken a unusual kind of setup here, Mojo, I would say.
Setup, no, it's rather standard, but approach
positioning,
is fast.
Approach
is fast. You can see Spoink will try to fan out. Is anyone aggressive here from Kazna? Dead Zone is playing pretty much same as Hyba to see is there anyone close in those bushes. And they have the cover fire if someone from Kazna is trapping. So what they want is to shoot Kazna tanks if they are on the K line waiting for anything.
And Hyba in a kind of similar bush to where we saw Dead Zone earlier on, and Dead Zone in a similar position to where we saw Hyba, but Hyba, you can see that tree beside him as well, just giving him additional coverage.
So, like, you can see maybe here soon on the map, Milos here with his I7. Of course, they will use him as a battering ram. He will go like this. They will try to fan out, is there anyone down doing the trap, and he will have a perfect cooldown to play against Kazna and peek on, because that's the hardest turret. All of these guys are just giving him support till then. So is he, and so is he. Because if Kazna wanted to trap, they would have to have a couple of guys in this area here, and you could see what would that happen with them. While that is going on, they left Deha here, same as Kazna. So this is something new going on, leaving only E5, while you have the rest of the rotational tanks. What he will do later, he will approach with his heavy, using this house is probably here as a cover, because you can see they're positioned like this, and he cannot easily get shot from this area here. And once he approaches enough, he will take over here, and then they will have a crossfire from these angles here, towards Stefan and Vetso, and from the tanks from the forest. That's how you chase those tanks away, and in the process, if they're good enough, they can try to see where is Haiba, somewhere in this area, this area, this area. There's so many bushes he can take, but they know he's in one of them. Once they do that, if it's successful, then they can work on pressuring the cap. It's a long process, as you can see.
Yeah, there's a lot of hoping that the enemy team kind of falls into your trap and doesn't see what you're trying to do. But as we see with a lot of examples here on Muravanka, once the defensive team has a scout in that position and he doesn't get found out fairly quick, the attacking team almost kind of gets forced into having to engage in a team fight because they know they can't cap in a certain point of time.
This is a big problem now, what we're seeing. Oops is hesitant. Milos is not spotting, but look at how slow they are playing. They're scared of traps. They're scared of mistakes. 3 minutes are already down. Only 7 to go. They have no idea where Kazna is exactly, and they certainly still don't have any plan against it. We still have to see how will they deal with Haiba, because they will just know general area of 2 squares on the map. Where is he?
Deadzone moved from his position and got shot in the back for that because of Haiba's positioning where he could spot him. Deadzone takes another shot there as well. 380, took 400 in the first one, and he is not completely safe from where he is. He needs to get unspotted and then move.
Oh, he is really in a bad pickle there. It's not going well here for Oops at the moment. You can see the HP slowly goes away. Yes, you can debate always. Deadzone is only playing tier 9 budget, a baby budget, so he's on his half HP. It will not change the game much, but still, it's not the HP loss that hurts Oops at the moment most. It's 4 minutes that are lost, and they still have no bloody idea how to deal with this.
Yep, we see this happen so many times here on Muravanka that teams just move down to this area. They think to themselves, there's a scout there, guys.
But where?
And then there's no plan. There's no plan at all. The only team we've seen do anything different than this consistently is when it's Kazna crew on the attack, and this happens, and Kazna's like, okay, guys, let's start shooting at the bushes in order. And Kazna crew have a plan, they go through the bushes, and they do eventually find their scout. Or they get forced into the 4-minute rotation or the 5-minute rotation because they've done nothing, and they think, heck, guys, we have to go north now, or we have to go through the village and start a fight. And that usually never works out for the attacking team.
We are closing in on a golden middle on the 5th minute. Haiba finally picked up a shell. Maybe someone will realize, but no, they didn't see it. And you can see even Insane is missing the height of shots. Look at this. He's just a little behind the bush, and that's why they're missing him all. It's really not an accurate science. It's a hard work. They know approximate area, but if they don't kill him in next 2 minutes, only choice they will have is a blind push. This is the worst thing that can happen on Muravanka then. This is really, really not going well for them.
Deadzone actually had an angle on him as well and put one over his shell as well. So unfortunately, the team's just aiming a bit too high there, Mojo. And yeah, there's nothing coming out from Oops. And I have to wonder at what point are they just going to give up on this side and then try to go for rotation north.
Difference is here between these two teams, beside obvious, in the place. Kazna from the start, he didn't just blind shoot the bushes, as you said. They had a plan. You could see tanks are driving in order. They're doing it fast. They use Izna as a shield. They had budgets going. They were not waiting. They had other tanks covering them. So everyone had their job, what to do, while they are checking the bushes and talking to each other. Yay, I'm spotted. No, I'm not. He must be in that quadrant there, and so on and so on. So that's like you are doing something, and you are in the same time finding out where is the enemy. So they found that zone rather fast. But Oops, on the other hand, it's really some kind of sporadic action. It's just a bad guesswork.
And here it is, Mojo. It's the 4-minute rotation as they try and plan something north of the map instead of going south. Now, Milos was able to spot some members of Krasnokru there, and he did get a connecting shot into Stefan. We can see there's damage on Haiba, but that was, as you said, the blind shot earlier on that nobody connected. Vetso following Camille and Milan through the forest here, but he won't have any shots on him. Well, Milos just distracts them, but, I mean, this is going to be too little too late, I think, from Oops. Once this fight happens, we'll be down to almost 3 minutes.
Yeah, I think the smartest thing for Kazna, since they saw these rotations, is actually to move away next to St. Piotr now and position them for counter-attack on the other side and just ignore Milos. Because Milos is not the fastest tank in the game. If the fight starts while he arrives, it's going to be a game over.
They also have Haiba that can just say, hey guys, Milos is coming along the bottom line. Deka on Point here in the middle of the town, Deka in the E5. And look at this rotation from Krasnokru. You can see the names already moving, and Mojo, exactly as you predicted, Nexus and Colm and Piotr coming back round for the expected push from Oops. It's going to be an all or nothing here from Oops, an absolute gamble. Can he take the fight to Krasnokru? Can he just rely on individual skill to take out all the tanks from Krasnokru? Because there is no hope in hell that they're going to be able to do it with a cap.
Well, maybe there is a chance for them here because a little better focused fire, some lucky Amorek, a lot of things make this game tick. So even those RNG moments can help team win a game. And we will see in a very short time what's going to happen.
Yep, I'd say the problem that Oops have is they don't have their single shooter IS-7, which can do a lot of damage. I mean, it's not going to be a loss of losing the IS-7, the 3090 for Krasnokru. Here comes the push as Haiba gets shot up by Milos down the bottom as he pushes in now. Insane and the rest of his crew are pushing around the top. Camille taking a massive amount of damage. Milos does get a kill there onto Haiba. Insane gets the kill on Dersh, but look at the damage that Camille's taken for this as Vetso and Diplomat play over the middle line, but that's not the main threat. This is a distraction. It's the tanks at the back that Krasnokru have to be careful of, as now Stefan is getting focused on at the moment. He might go down. He does. And Oops are actually winning this team fight, Mojo.
This is actually going rather well for them because Kranwagens don't have that best reload and accuracy, so they didn't focus out enough on the tanks. I believe they should have done the counter-attack more urgently. Still, we have 4 guys from Kazna against 5 from Oops, but Milos is far away. He's closing in, and he will have great shots in their backs now. And that's why Vetso died now.
Deka gets the kill there onto Vetso as Milos comes into the battle now as well from the back of his team. Meland picking up Diplomat, and Krasnokru are actually going to lose this one. This has been a fantastic push there from Oops. They planned it well, they timed it well, and they caught Krasnokru napping.
It's not even napping, they just overwhelmed them. It was better fire, better focused fire and better angling, I would say. They took out 1 tank, there's, I believe, even for almost free because they just stoned him with multiple butt-shots, and then they created a cover fire that Kazna just didn't respond well to.
And look at this.
Done.
Look how close it is as well. I mean, Milos and Deka are the single shooters. They're not going to be focused, but Krasnokru nearly had it. Meland on a one-shot, Deadzone on a one-shot, Spoink on a one-shot. It was so close there for Krasnokru. Oops only surviving through the single shooter heavies there that they had left who could just soak shots and distract the guns of Krasnokru there. So very nicely done from Oops, and 2-2 Murivanka. A good result for them.
Very surprising even, because all until this late moment honestly didn't look so well. It looked like when Gunrunners played against Ding, if you remember on Mines, and they were trying all sorts of things and they're just getting shot left and right, and then in one moment on TeamSpeak we see Danny just said, YOLO.
Yeah.
And they won!
They won.
And they won! So yeah, that can work, it's part of the game.
I mean, we were building up. I was like, oh, they're going to do this, and it never goes well for the attackers. And Oops are just like, hold my beer.
There's no other choice.
And they go, and it was very nicely done. It was I think the push down the 1 line was probably the most effective one. They took out 2 tanks of Kazna in quick succession, and then they were able to get crossfire shots on the back of them before they had to reload.
Kranwagen are not the most accurate shooters besides being great hulldowners. I also don't understand why did Kazna keep 2 of them together. Why didn't they separate them and put 1 on the red line, because that's his natural habitat, and it's really hard to dig him out from there. So if you'd have 1 front, 1 back, they would do much better in my eyes. Small mistake maybe, but maybe it costed them a game.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it looked kind of... It was sloppy the first round. I mean, actually, this round, it was looking really rough for Oops. It's like, okay, like, what are they going to do, really? I mean, they had nothing else they could do.
Because they even read them, man.
Yeah.
Made the tanks of time. They just lost hands on hands, man. It was just a straight fight.
Yeah, it was the individual skill, as we said. It came down to actually the focus fire and who made the shots count for them. Let's have a look at the damage done, see who came out on top for their team. Nexus going down swinging, Mojo, 3.4 there in Bad Chat with 13 shots. But then Deca, as we're saying, the single shooters there, E5 coming in, 3k damage, 3 kills and 10 shots. So, I mean, he was doing well there.
It was a good game for Oops, guys. 4 of them are following Nexus. And, I mean, it was a rather close game in that, but we will probably see a couple of the guys on the other side, and there we go. Haiba is not... It doesn't really matter, but still, I think he could have done more because he was alone against Milos. No one else shot him.
Yep.
He was on 2 shots for Milos. Still, he did only this damage, which is nothing. Like, he's in a light tank. He could have bought more time around that house and kept Milos out of the game. Vetso got annihilated here, and he actually managed to empty entire clip during that fight. I'm pretty sure in that. So... No, not the best positioning of those tanks then.
He was spending a lot of time trying to get shots into the top of Milos, I think, from Milos being peaked.
That's on the other side, and
Yeah.
it doesn't really matter. What I'm saying, like when the fight actually started,
He had these 4 full shots and didn't
he
connect.
didn't do anything. Just 1 shot.
Wow, okay. Now we are going, as you mentioned it earlier on, the map. Mines is going to be our next one. So let's have a look at those lineups, Mojo. Okay, this is quite an armored defensive lineup here from Oops.
This is a lineup that can actually push the hill, and they can provoke fight, and this is something we've actually seen them do.
We usually see a TD though. I mean, we usually always see a gorilla from Oops on defense.
Well, teams can push for different variations. Like this is a good meat tank. If you want to take something with high alpha, you take a tier 9 Chinese because he is fast. He shoots fast, and he has armor.
Now, we see Kramwagen 113 in there as well. Now, going across to Kazna's lineup, are they going to challenge that hill, or are they just going to say, oops, you can have it?
They cannot really abandon it for free. That's the problem. But they cannot really even fight them if they come. So this is going to be a peculiar game here for Kazna at the moment.
Well, let's see how this one's going to go. It's all square 2-2. It's map number 3. We're going into Mines.
Mines, a small summertime map with lots of hills, rocks and other cover. The teams start the battle in the usual locations, but the base locations are different. One is located in the bottom part of the village and the other one is in the water. One of the key objectives is the centre hill. That's why the teams will often select fast vehicles and tanks with strong turrets for cover.
Okay, Mojo, we are going to get a big hill fight here as Kazna crew on the red side are attacking right into the defending side of Oops on the blue.
It does look like Oops wants the fight right here in the start, and Kazna is also challenging them. Let's see, will Camille and Meland actually be spotted? This will be a crucial point. Already lost so much HP.
Spoink taking a massive amount of damage. We are getting a fight. Let's listen into the team speak here, Mojo, because I want to hear how this is going to go right now.
I can hear shots. I can hear shots.
Go. Don't take shots, just go down.
Something is
We hear the hill.
Can we have somebody island now, some tier 9 badge or something?
Yes, and you can have me. Bacha shooting from the village, -2.
Village?
Village,
Yeah,
yes, here is a
Go,
Bacha.
maybe send your 9 go to island and I risk it to go here, I don't know.
I will
Yes,
go up
do
the
it.
hill in a second. I
Okay,
will
do
go up
it.
the hill in a
They're
second. Going up the hill now. We need
pushing.
damage, we need damage. Second badge also. They have both badges here,
Can you drop on the hill? Can you drop?
No,
How
not
about you need
really.
to join? How about you need to join?
I don't need island.
There's, use those stones. Nice.
I can give one more.
There's 2 badges in village. Second one.
Coming, Stefan, coming.
I'm also coming to him.
I'm for Kran.
Yeah,
I'm reload. I can use the rocks now if you
I'll
want.
go from the right, Hyber.
But we
I'm
need
really
HP. You can go close.
Here's one.
One shot badge is still in the back.
Shield.
Second
I
one
will
is
go around. I will go around.
next to the corner.
Nice,
Just
fine,
buy time.
Reload.
You have Kran? Yes, we will.
I can also go
seconds.
around with you. I'm going around with you next.
How
Badge
many
is going
have
back. Both badges going back. Nobody here anymore.
Don't get shot.
Piotr, can you grab and save?
10 seconds.
I will finish Kran. You finish.
Aim shot. Aim. Nice. I'm aiming spawn.
He's looking on me. I have going.
I can go up for the W set. I can go.
Okay. Nexus, I had your back.
I need help.
This is killed. I will kill him in a second. I will kill the W set until.
I have 2 for Milan.
Mile track.
I have 1 more. Keep on somebody shot.
He's -1.
2 finished.
What about?
Let Camo go
What?
on.
And that sounds a bit hectic and sometimes a bit calm, but I mean, Mojo, what went wrong for Oops there?
Blind play. We were saying that many times here, and Kazna had perfect lineup to deal with them by shooting them in a flank, honestly. Like, they couldn't really challenge the hill openly if Oops hesitated to go because Kazna had 2 TVPs and a Grille, and they were afraid if they push frontal with Bachats, and Kazna just does what they did, push the 2 Bachats and have the guys in the rest, they might lose in a start. So they chose to do a pincer around. But it didn't go well because all of the things they were doing, they were just going into the Kazna's hand. They didn't have anyone flanking, let's say, from the island side. They didn't have anyone elevated on any kind of the mountain position or whatever. They just went on and they say, okay, we're going to push and we're going to start shooting. But the Bachats on the hill were already trenched up. You could see Durs didn't even break a sweat. He's like, okay, maybe I will die, but I will do entire clip.
Yeah.
And entire Kazna team was shooting from the other side. So they... I don't know, it was just really Turkey shooting. It looked like that.
Yeah, by the time that Oops were able to get up on the hill, I mean, as we can see from the stats in just a second, we'll see the damage done there. But the time that Oops got up into the hill, I believe it was Decha and the Dead Zone were pretty much already dead because the 113 took a huge amount of damage from the left side pushing on the hill, and the Dead Zone was the one that kind of focused because he was one of the first ones to get up on the hill. So really strong play there from Kazna crew. I mean, you heard how calm it was, especially things like Wahaiba saying to Diplomat to protect him, to take the shot and stuff. And I mean, you had them call out the shots. It was like, there's 1 in the town, and then it's like, no, there's 2 in the town coming round to get ready to deal with the 2 Batchats. And I mean, they already had control of the hill at that time. They'd already really punished the tanks of Oops for making that climb. And you see it, yeah, the Dead Zone, he got 2 shots out, only connected one of them, but I mean, he was one of the first ones focused.
Honestly, the way this is going at the moment, I kind of have a feeling this will either end 5-3 for Kazna or it will go to tiebreaker.
Yeah, it's very, it's like one quick match and then it gets another kind of semi-quick match from the next one, and it's almost like Oops, I don't know, in a way, like they're not prepared for the first round, and the second round they're kind of like get things back together because they went 1-0 up in the first map and then they were down 2-1 in the second map, and now they're down again, so they're likely going to come back 3-3. I mean, that last one we just saw there looked rough.
Well, the last one they won on Murovanka, that was a desperation push.
Yeah.
They won it well, but this time it didn't work out because Kazna was just well trenched up. Everyone was together. They were shooting really simple at the enemy. They saw on time where the Bachats are, they knew by the shooting, and simply there was nothing Oops could do after that. We will see now what will they do in attack. Maybe they will be able to take some better initiative from the attack side because it suits them better. They're not really a great team when it comes to waiting part.
Yep, I mean, it's an interesting map. Line out, if you like, mines. It generally favours the top side for doing a rush, and we've seen this lineup specifically from Kazna before, haven't we?
Now we have Oops playing rather similar from the other side. 3 Bachats this time and TVP Skoda tier 9 and T10 Russian this time, so not a VZ like they had. On the other side, Kazna again playing with their favorable IS-4 heavy and even 102 Grilles in defense. Okay, this is something we've already seen multiple teams play. There is a high chance one Grille will try to connect someone on the first seconds of the game.
And actually, look at this, Mojo, already from the very start. Oops attacking, and they're going flying down the right-hand side here. They're not giving Kazna room to breathe.
This is super interesting. I want to see, will they actually spot anything on time? But they got spotted on time, and look at the connection by Grille.
Camille taking a huge shot into the side there. As Spoink and Camille now going to rush. Oh, no, they're better. They're turning around saying, actually, no, we're not going to do anything like that. As Stefan runs over, and rightly so, as he was lining up shots there on Oops, and he would have took a truck ton of damage had to try to make that crossing.
Would be a tank less minimum for them, but now Isna is paying a price a bit here, but there is a high chance he will be able to run away after this. No one has elevated tank on any kind of boost. This is well for Oops actually at the moment, but Kazna has a really strict control over the village side. Isna is still spotted, and I'm not sure, is he aware? They still knew where he was when he faded. because they will actually be able to blind shoot this.
Spoink taking damage there for Oops Mojo as he was
Stefan
in
shot
that
him 100%.
area at F1. Now that's interesting for Stefan making that connection, because I was wanting to point out that he had a damaged gun, but he's finally now repaired it. But Nexus taking a lot of damage in the grill as well, just peeked a little bit too far forward, and Oops had that area covered. Now Oops have the positional play of the hill. Kazna crew are stuck below it. I mean, how are Oops going to approach this one, Mojo? Is it going to be one or two they focus on?
They still have better rotational tanks here. They have more mobile setup. So in that regard, they are better than Kazna. Kazna, of course, has more armor and bigger alpha on several tanks, like E100 and 2 Grilles. So if Kazna manages to see them on time coming from the water side or village side and do the damage, that's perfect. Then it's Kazna's game. If Oops manages actually to chase them away by well-placed blind shots and such things, and they just manage to storm Kazna, then of course it will be their game. That's kind of YOLO that will work.
Haiba here behind this building on the east side of the map. Very common place for tanks like the IS-4 to sit. We've seen Kramwagen sitting in there before. We saw Kazna crew actually really struggle to deal with a tank in that position, and Milos already connects with an HE shell into the face of Haiba there.
Do you remember when Nexus was trying to connect there with his Grilla? He missed like 15 shells in a row.
We had TeamSpeak, and he even said on TeamSpeak, I'm shooting there, nobody's there, I don't think, because I haven't connected. And he must have shot every possible angle around the tank that was there.
No, they knew there is a guy there, but he's like, am I connecting? And theirs was from the hill. He was like, no, you're not.
He even managed to put one in between the tank and the building that when we actually saw was like a tiny, tiny gap. Like, worst luck possible for him, unfortunately. I mean, Kazna crew have taken a fair whack of damage across their tanks here, Mojo, at the same time as Oops. HP's only 30 difference at the moment, actually.
That's really nothing between them. 120 HP advantage here for Oops. Still, they are on the attacking side. Again, they don't have the tier 8, so that goes well for them. There is a chance they will just find that bush where Isna is, and maybe even Piotr, because those are commonly used places on the middle of the map, and they might actually blind shoot it.
It's cheeky from Haiba. He's not even in the bush anymore.
Yeah, he's
Milos is continuing to put all these shots in front of him, and Haiba's like, yep, mate, go ahead, keep shooting there.
Well, actually, that's a smart play, because there is no one in that corner. So even if they push fast, he can sustain one shot or something to angle himself again. And why would he take any modules dead and whatever from the blind shooting?
This position where Camille is, I mean, is it possible that he can beach himself there? Or can he always get down off that?
What do you mean? He can do
Camille's sitting up on rocks right now, and it looks like almost he's beached, so it almost looks like his wheels are not in contact with the ground.
No. It's okay, like it's a normal position. He climbs himself up there, and he cannot get stuck. That's not a problem, but from there he's trying to get a connection with theirs if he peeks carelessly.
I mean, Kazna crew, defensive team here. Now, clock is currently at 5 minutes 25 seconds. If the clock runs down to 0, it's an automatic win for the defensive team. So this forces the attacking team into action. This stops any draws from happening in our game. So it stops the kind of stalemate where teams just draw after draw after draw. It means that the attacking team has to attack, but also means that the defensive team can run down that clock if they want to, and then, force them into action.
It will be interesting to see how Oops thinks to break this one. Usually what teams do is the safest option, just push toward the village line and try to take out those tanks while they keep theirs and Stefan out of the play. For that to happen, they have to reposition tanks unspotted. I don't think they should play the water because Stefan is there and he might decap actually with his Grilla, with HE or heat ammo. But maybe, of course, there is always an option. They will risk on it because they think everyone is on the other side of Kazna except theirs and Stefan, if they're counting on that. Then they will say, okay, we are going to risk it. We're going to leave some guys on the hill to shoot from. And then when we press down, some guys will just do the blind shooting on the bushes where Stefan is. And if that works, they might win the game.
Now, something that's interesting to me, Mojo, is the area where Spoink is on F1. And that's somewhere where I remember at the start of the season, you and Daki were talking about as an area that doesn't get used quite a lot, but we saw, I think, on a Russian team using it to be able to shoot from that was tremendous because it gave him a good hold-down potential. Now, Spoink is just locked into that area. He's not there by choice. It's not a position that actually gives him any kind of advantage or something like that. He's just effectively completely pinned in there because of the overwatch from Stefan and Dare's keeping him spotted if he does try to move.
Yes, but there was multiple occasions he could have just left anytime he wanted, because he did peek occasionally and he would know if he's spotted. Like, he peeks and goes back before someone can shoot him. And that's it. But Dead Zone is trying to gain some speed, and they're going to try to push there and kill maybe on the Durst.
Dead Zone jumps across there, and Spoink took a shot and he peeked out. Stefan wasn't sure who he was going to shoot at, as somebody actually bounced a shot there onto Stefan. Didn't connect. It looks like it was insane from the hill. Now, Dead Zone is getting shot at by Dares. Stefan's lining up a shot on him as well. Dares clips out but misses. In the Dead Zone, getting the kill on Dares. Milos peeks over here. Stefan gets the shot into him. So Oops are taking some damage for that, but vitally Oops got a kill. But now Nexus then gets the kill on Spoink, so it has gone trade for trade, Batchat for Batchat.
This is actually going well for Oops at the moment, because Dead Zone killed Durst and he will be the hero for them for that. And they're already climbing a Batchat from the other side.
Okay, it looks like it's about to happen here as Kazna are pushing in, so let's listen into the team speak of Oops and see if they can seal this deal.
Kill a shot.
And I have 2 shots on me.
Decha, you should help the hill.
And there's shot as well.
How?
Camille, you have to
Go
help
here.
me.
I have 20 seconds reload and I'll kill Stefan. 20 seconds.
You have to help me, Camille. They're pushing on me.
He's saying just try to survive. The zone?
I need to go. I'm going to go for the grid in 10.
Come to the middle, Decha. Come. Camille, wait and kill Piotr, okay?
Okay. I need to see the other, Camille, the other grille. Where's the other grille? Yeah, but the thing is, I can peek.
We can kill this. We have Camille. You can farm them. I should have gone more back.
I got
That's
Stefan.
Nice.
We have all the crossfire in the world.
We need to kill this grille.
We can kill this grille with Camille.
Camille
can
can
pick
kill
him. Camille, you can pick and kill him. He cannot go safe anywhere.
He's in the K1. He's Kate.
Is he?
I got spotted. He's maybe in the bush. Maybe in the...
Kill him, Camille. Kill him.
You don't need to push now.
Camille can kill him. We have like 1 minute 30.
I can shoot Piotr if you already.
Well, we need to kill the E100 somehow.
Camille,
We need to take kill.
We cannot do this with 2.
This 113. Can you move up to this?
Yeah, I'm
and
moving
kill
up.
the
I'm
gorilla?
moving up.
You
I'll
have to kill the
try.
gorilla.
You cannot
because Camille
out-
is-
out-
I'm on reload. I'm on reload.
We have 1 minute 18.
I got spotted.
I'm loading.
And they had
T49, T49.
They had minus to move up to
Grille
the
shot.
I'm reloading. I'm reloading.
You have to go aggressive with those 2 tanks. Decha, move forward, Decha! Piotr is gonna shoot you otherwise.
I got 10
T49,
seconds. I can shoot.
T49 will fucking
Decha,
run.
stay back. Don't
That's all
take
you
hits.
have to chase T49.
I'm
Kill.
8 seconds.
I can kill the E100.
We shot Piotr.
Kill the Hyundai.
Why
You have to go for this Nyland already to kill because this is gonna run. Go for this
T49 is gonna
Nyland!
run.
Chase Batchat. I'll kill.
I'm gonna cut them off. I'm gonna cut them off in the back. Just kill Haiba.
Camille, can you do one against Kaiba?
If he will go back.
Camille, you have to.
Man, Camille, how can you miss a grill in front of you?
Mylan, can you kill him?
Can you
Man,
go for
does he have
Israel?
shells? Does he have shells? Does Piotr have shells?
I don't
I don't
know.
think so.
I'm gonna force him out. Can you kill the IS-4 somehow?
I cannot.
I have 2.
And Mojo, it looks like they might still do this. Can they get the kill on Haiba? They have 4 seconds to do it. Milos gets a shot on him, but nobody else has an angle, and Haiba is able to survive, and Kazna crew are able to pick up that round. We said it at the time, that shot from Camille against I believe it was Nexus and the grill, perhaps really vital. But I mean, the comms from Oops was a bit, not
Super chaotic.
Yes, there was like, I've got it, and then somebody else, like nobody else would say like, take the shot, and then I think it was Milan said, I can kill the grill, somebody else shot the grill, and then...
No. Like, Camille was shooting him, and he was the only one who had shots from for Nexus.
Oh, the grill, yeah, I was talking about the E100, sorry, on the hill there.
Yeah,
but
and
Milan's.
he did miss him, but it was a super bad angle.
Yeah,
honestly, like,
difficult
you can't
shot
blame
to
him for
make.
it. But that costed them heavily, because that made a domino effect. That grille that was on like 50 HP or 60 HP actually did an extra shot
Into
on Milos.
Yeah, and Milos had to then shoot him.
who would 100% be able to go push Haiba one-on-one and kill him, couldn't because of that.
Yep. And you also had the team, at least 3 people, I think, in a row were telling Decha to move when he was on that flank for ages to go to the hill. I mean, I don't know, I think maybe a bit too many cooks at the moment right now. Oops. But, I mean, Mainland, top damage, your 4k damage, Mojo, 14 shots, 1 kill. Dead Zone picking up 4 kills and doing 3.8 there in the back chat. They almost had it, but, yeah.
Let's face it, once Dead Zone killed theirs there on the island, it was Oops' game. They were in position to close it well. They had enough time. Yes, it was a critical time, but they had enough time. And then you could see the chaos on their TeamSpeak and lack of organization.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, certainly keep it together, guys. You know, like, you don't want to start turning on each other. That's the worst thing you can do in any situation, I think.
The thing is, like, they had a good play, and that's the important here. And it was a ballsy play even, risky one. It worked out. Like there's Dead Zone actually managed to approach their unspotted and do the damage and do everything needed.
Yeah.
It was just cooperation after that kind of fell apart for Oops. And we could see the result. I mean, Haiba was literally clawing himself to that rock and he was like, please, time, go away, go away, go away.
Count down. And the thing is you heard throughout the comms, they knew the time was ticking. And like there was the hesitation, does Call Me Piotr have any shots? And I was thinking to myself, his reload timer's not working. I don't even know if he's got shots.
Yeah, but you cannot have that.
Yeah, it's that's unfortunate. It was very close. I mean, this is one of these things where the score doesn't. Okay, they got pummeled on the first round here in Mainz, but that one was right to the wire. Haiba was a one shot, ran the clock down, and was able to just survive at the very last minute. But as we said earlier on in the stream, a win's a win. Yes. You take them how you can get them.
This is a super big problem now because they're now going on Prokhorovka where Kazna is defending and they're tilted.
Yep, I mean, hopefully they can calm things down, sort things out, but they are 4-2 down at the moment. Kazna Crew with the advantage here, match point. Oops are attacking here. Now, the only slight advantage I would say that Oops have is Kazna Crew are not very well known for making successful pushes down the 1-2 line on Prokhorovka.
Well, I think they gave up on the idea, especially since they have that STRV who can do all the kind of defenses. We've seen how Nexus tanked that 4.7k damage once. But of course, Oops is well aware that Kazna might attempt to use him in that position. Kazna, in my eyes, has too many heavy tanks here. E5 and I7 and then Kranwagen. I would really like to see a budget more there. So that actually might be their weakness, the lack of mobility.
Lack of mobility, yeah. I mean, they've got RUs both going for the scouts there. Oops do have the Gorilla there as well, which can pump out a chuck ton of damage. Likely going to see Mainland on that one. Now, it's... I mean, on lineups alone, I guess I would have to hand it to... I don't know, I quite like the lineup of Kazna Crew, even though it's quite a heavy lineup. It looks to me like they're looking to just kind of trench in.
It's not good, man, because if the team plays well and aggressive on the other side and they manage to take the positions, they can really lure those heavy tanks to come out of their hideout. And what then? How will you cover them? You know how the heavy tanks looks like when they're shot in the side, man. Best armor, 90 degrees armor, right? Best side armor, side armor.
Best armor, side armor. Yeah, I always usually say that when I'm watching randoms and stuff and someone just drives out, you're like, mate, what are you doing? Like,
so,
side armor, best armor.
They have one RU light and 2 budgets who can do the rotations around the map. That's usually okay when you want to play slow, but this can really buy them back. So something in this kind of lineup tells me that Kazna might actually try to trap somewhere. They've done it a couple of times before. We've seen it. And... this might be just an alternation of that. They actually, with this, might even try to go toward the village with most of the tanks.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, maybe it'll allow them to be quite aggressive because they're going to put faith in the armor and positioning, but then, as you're saying, they can get caught out in a real horrendous positioning and get outplayed because the vehicles just can't react quick enough.
They were often using that Kranwagen in a forward position toward the village next to the water. I'm going to draw it up when we have
Mojo's crayons.
Crayons are on
My
fire.
favourite part. You need to put some more colour into them, Mojo. It's just all white at the moment.
I cannot go red because there are people who don't see the red colour, you know?
What about purple?
Okay.
Bring it some purple for it. Some Unicom purple.
No. But Kazna here, I think they will go for that side. Why? You want to see purple because you're not?
Yes. Yes. Or you could use blue for me. Well, maybe green then, okay. So,
Yellowish.
Yellowish. Red. I like the red ones. Tomato.
Yellow tomato crabba. But out of the old jokes, like Grille is really great because Oops can use it from the hill to dominate those positions of Kazna. And if Kazna just plays the old defense they used on Prokhorovka, it might bite them back because Oops can just predict it. That's why I said I don't like the slow lineup, because once Oops realizes what Kazna is doing, they might out-rotate them.
Yeah, I mean, when you take the S-Tank, when that's sitting, you kind of think to yourself, okay, it's going to be on the red line on the 1-2 line, or it's going to be in the red line on, I think, the 7-8
Probably
area.
in the start he will go on rail, and then he'll just go back to the forest. That's how teams usually do it.
Well, let's find out. Can Kazna Crew take this one 5-2, or will Oops bring it back 4-3? We're going to find out on Muravanka.
On Muravanka.
Prokhorovka, one of the first maps in the game. Teams start at the regular spawn points as they do in standard battles. Bases are separated from each other by the railway, so the defending team has to choose whether to send their vehicles to the left side, playing them in the centre, or to the right of the railway, occupying the hill and a part of the village. The attacking team usually attacks the first base. However, the teams often go for face-to-face confrontations, 7-on-7, in the hilly terrain at the centre. That's why both teams frequently use vehicles with good gun depression angles and sturdy turrets.
And here we go on Prokhorovka, Prokhorovka, Mojo.
We just renamed this.
Yeah.
From now on, this is Muravanka.
This is Muravanka, yeah.
Interesting, Oops is mainly going toward the forest side, while Kazna is doing the same. This is what I said, they might have some kind of the plan. You can see the multiple Bachats pushing the I-7 there as their front armor, because front armor is actually the best armor, and they're closely followed with STRV. And there is your 1-2 line push, Ryan,
legendary
your favorite
Kazna Crew 1-2 line push as Hyber's tracked. All the shots go into him. The team stops behind him. Crossfire coming in. Vetso taking a massive amount of damage. Hyber taking a huge amount of damage as well. Now Dares is getting caught in the crossfire as well. What can Kazna Crew survive of this as Oops just steamroll into the side of them? Hyber's going to go down. Dares is going to go down. But what can the rest of Kazna Crew do? That is 3 tanks for 2 tanks at the moment. And Kazna, why do you do this?
I mean, they probably just heard you and were like, okay, Ryan said, let's push, so we push. There is still that STRV Nexus on the 1 line alive, but man, there is like 5 guys from Oops there, and they're not light tanks like Izne. I mean, Izne can play it like a mosquito compared to them, but that's about it. Once they decide, they will just press Nexus and end the game. The problem is they're all in the reload at the moment, so it will take a bit.
You have Diplomat and the single shooter here in the E5. You have Stefan in the Kramwagen. If he's held down, he can do some massive damage. But then you have Nexus, who's quite immobile and needs to have the shots to shoot at, but he is pummeling Decha at the moment. So they've brought it back 4-4, and Kazna still might be able to do this, Mojo.
But Oops now will use those fast tanks we were talking about to rotate on the other side of the map. Because why would they push heavy tanks with Bachats when they can simply go on the other side and trigger the cap there, annihilate Izne, and play against Stefan?
Stefan and Yizne coming over to try and defend this. We see a lot of shots going in Yizne's direction and not connecting with them, but now they're starting to find him as one of the shots does connect there from Camille. Camille takes none, but now Stefan can shoot back into Camille. Stefan should be clipped out in just a second. He's on reload. Camille's on reload as well, but look at the damage Stefan's taken back in return, and it is, Mojo, exactly as you predicted. The rotation's potentially coming in to help Kazna Crew here, but still the threat of Nexus and now Diplomat sitting hull down somewhere could be really bad.
I can't really understand what is still Oops doing there, throwing away a lot of HP. Even you could see Decha there trying to shoot an E5 constantly, instead of trying to hug the corpse of the tank since they survive to STRV. Let's see, will there be a pen? No, there is no connection here by Mayland. They should just do the rotation on the other side, find Izne, kill him fast, and then use the fact that the heavy tanks are much blinder and less mobile, create the crossfires then. This is kind of too early. They should just abandon this.
That's actually a vital point what you're saying there, Mojo. The spotting distance could actually be really telling between these teams. I mean, you practically have to drive into Nexus to find him in the STRV there, but the Kramwagen, I mean, this is a great jump here. Can he get the connections and get the kill here? Spoink missed on the first shot. He's getting round Diplomat, though. Needs to track him, needs to carry on getting round him here, but the S-Tank has shots on Spoink. Spoink missing on Diplomat there. Goes down to Stefan as Silence comes over. Now, Stefan has got Crossfire there. There's still the threat of the Nexus there and the S-Tank getting shots, but no, Silence gets the kill there on Stefan, and it looks like Oops might bring this one out. Still, Mojo is still slightly in their favour, but this is scrappy.
Isna is spotted, otherwise I would say he would have a high chance to pick up Silence here. This was super scrappy, if you can even say. I mean, Nexus is doing whatever he can here, but there is simply not enough team players left in Kazna. There is not enough teammates left for him to deal the damage. So now it's only Isne in the light tank and him in STRV. And if Meland actually drops more, this can be super close game. Isne can be a big decider. Amorek down.
Stefan got a connecting shot there into Meland, and Yizne got a shot into him as well. Now Meland is Amorak. Silence doesn't have his commander, and Camille has damaged tracks, which could potentially affect him if he goes off the wrong area and tracks himself again. This is actually starting to come back into Kazna's favour, and Yizne is going to be an absolute thorn in his side. They need to deal with him, and they need to deal with him quick without taking damage. That's the vital thing. If they take damage, they are up the creek without a paddle right now.
Oh, Isne, you are taking the risks here, but no one can help Meland here. Meland is a two-shot for him, and even Isne, if he's smart, he's loading an HE grenade now.
Now, where is the S-Tank? Where's Nexus going to appear from? Is he going to appear in the middle line and just have a free farm? I mean,
Nexus is coming as close as he can, because if they separate themselves, he can be soloed out by Bachats. But if he's close to Isne, this is the crucial part. Isne can actually help him, because he can kill any of these guys.
He's going to throw this.
No,
he gets the kill on Meland. Camille gets the shot into him, but Camille's not going to penetrate from that angle as Nexus is getting the shots now into Camille. This is a two-man show here for Kazna Crew between Nexus and Yizne. Camille now on a one-shot 75, Silence on a one-shot 78. This one is going to be Kazna Crew, Mojo. They're going to be winning this one 5-2. And I don't know what happened with Oops there, but they should have had that one. They should have had that one in those dying moments easily.
Unbelievable throw by Oops in these last two rounds. This could have easily been their match point now. Unbelievable.
Yizne playing fantastic there to bait out Oops. Oops not making the shots when they should have made the shots. They had the advantage from the start. I mean, to go over and kill that E5 like they did, they must have known the Kramwagen had shots on them. They must have known that Nexus was going to have shots on them from that E1, D1 area. It was a very bold play. I mean, you saw Nexus coming over those tracks. They had to stop to go into siege mode, but once he was able to quickly turn and take out Meland, get two shots into Camille, and now the game is Kazna's. They're on defense, they can run down that clock, and Oops, well, is back to the drawing board, and it's another 5-2 loss.
Well, there is this Silence here, but no commander there. This is really not gonna help his case. Also, he's one shot for anyone here. Nexus or Isne equal. I mean, what is he even trying to do? Bachat without commander is like a blind, super blind.
Nexus just
he
waiting.
doesn't even see Nexus shooting, come on.
Right now, all you're hearing from Oops is the sound of Silence. And there we have it. Kazna Crew win 5-2. And that was 2 rounds back-to-back that Oops could have had. This one not so close as the last one, I would say. I mean, it was in control, but not decisive. But the score doesn't quite indicate how close the matches were or the rounds were.
But that's their problem entire season. And when you have a team such as theirs, full of talent, not performing, what will their future be then? This is the problem to think about for them, because just being there is not enough. I mean, at the moment, I don't think they will be able to catch up to any of the top 2 teams.
No, I think they have to be looking at playoffs just now.
Yes, they need to think about the playoffs and to sort out these problems they have in obvious failure in communication.
Yeah.
Obvious failure, because I don't know what kind of calls were made here, but at this moment they were wrong and the play was wrong. That T5 should have died so fast when they pushed. They should have pushed in joint forces and not give opportunity to STRV to pump them up with damage, together with Kranwagen,
Yep.
or just go together, abandon the part of the battlefield and go. You already have the mobility, you were not spotted. Go away and just go to the village side, dominate it and kill Isne. Isne was their biggest problem in this game because he's a spotter. That's why I tell to my friends when you play randoms, if you have a bunch of heavies and a light, you always kill the light first.
5k damage and 4 kills from Nexus in that STRV. He is an absolute monster when he plays that tank. An absolute monster. Stefan and the Kranwagen did 3.8. Those two head and shoulders above everyone else in this round.
But don't forget Isne. If Isne died at any moment, this would be 100% game for Oops. Him surviving, running away, taking the cooldown position, actually managed them to come back in a game. Because STRV alone is just a dead bait. He's a dead bait in the water. He can't do a thing. You could see, I mean, Kazna's plan was flawed from the start, man.
The 1-2 push.
Like, I mean, they were using I7 as a hideout, but you could see all budgets were taking damage behind him.
Yeah.
And the only thing that saved them was the amount of DPM that STRV can pump out from behind. They had, Oops had no answer to that. And they didn't play it out the best.
I think what perhaps was playing on Oops' mind is that they were thinking, if we go for that number 2 base and we start lining up tanks on it as the counter comes down, the Kranwagen's going to come over and peek over the rails, or the E5's going to peek over the rails. They're going to be hull down, and it's going to be really difficult to pen them.
It doesn't matter because you leave one budget somewhere behind, they peek over the rail, and the guy just comes and shoots them in the flank. And what are they going to do about that? They had 3 budgets and the grille.
True. 3 batchats and a grille, and they were against an RU, an S-tank, a Kranwagen, and an E5.
Yes.
Like,
the moment they chased away the RU tank, and Kranwagen was in reload, that was the moment to leave the forest and run away, because there would be only E5 theoretically, possibly, the guy who could have spotted them. But what would they take? 1 shot, and then they would be safe, they would go away, and they would dominate the map. A lot of confusion in their team. They need to sort it out before the playoffs. There is still time. I mean, this season goes until the 5th of March. So if they sort these things, they have a chance, and they have a chance to go to season finals again. And they played brilliant last time.
They did. They took them right into a tiebreaker, I believe, for season finals.
Yes.
Now, here's the post-match stats. Nexus and Stefan hyper carry there. Nexus, 2.5k average, 9 kills over the entire match here from 82 shots. Played an absolute beast there. Really nicely done. Stefan next, Decha, top damage there for Oops. Then Melan, then Milos, 2 of the more consistent players always talk about in Oops. But I mean, 4 players here from Krasnokru. Like you said, I mean, Diplomat doesn't have to do so much here in Krasnokru. They're coming together, you know.
They're players who do more, and they're actually better player on player.
Yeah, the communication,
like
I mean, even with Krasnokru, it was a bit chaotic, but it was a lot more calm, you know?
Let's not forget, Diplomat was always playing carry tanks for Gohard, like Grilles and such. But in this case, it's usually Nexus or Stefan doing so.
But, yeah, I mean, unfortunate there from Oops. The thing that really kind of bothered me about that match is Spoink went over on E5 on his own. Spoink took a huge amount of damage for that. He missed that shot on E5, and then Camille had to come over.
Took a frontal shot on E5, why?
Yeah, Camille had to come over and take the kill, and then when Camille drove away, and then Camille peeked over the rails to try and shoot Yizne, Camille then nearly got clipped out from the Kranwagen, who then moved over to the middle to cover Yizne, and it was just... it was frustrating to watch. Like you said, like they need to do this. They started to do it, and then they came back.
Whatever was happening, they were always under close fire of STRV.
Yeah.
No matter who attacked, Nexus was there to give a shot at least.
So there we have it. Krasnokru winning this match against Oops 5-2. And very nicely done. Now we have one more match to come for you guys. It's going to be Gunrunners versus eSuba. For anyone right now asking in chat, chill out, there is still more polls to come. I can't tell you how many because it's random, but there is more polls to come, so don't worry about that. We're going to take a little break, and then we'll be right back with that following match, so please stick with us and don't go anywhere. Good evening and welcome back to the show here. Once again, my name's Hector. Joining me here is Mojo, and we have one more game for you this evening. The last one, well, you just missed a hell of a match.
It was an ecstatic game, but Oops just didn't find the strength to use the advantages they made themselves.
Oops lost 5-2 to Kazna in that previous round. Next up, however, we do have a new match for you guys. It's going to be a bottom of the table clash. It's going to be Isuba versus Gunrunners. And to be honest, who knows what the hell we can get from Gunrunners today, Mojo.
It's a Czech derby here and maybe even a match for survival of both of these teams. This is the beginning of round robin 3, the first match of the round robin 3. And these guys, considering their last matches they have, this may be the only secure win they might have in the future.
With you saying this is round robin 3, this means this is the last time these teams are going to play each other.
Exactly.
So this could be the most vital match between these two teams.
Exactly, that's
for
what
the
we
rest
mean.
of it. Because we kind of expect them to get beaten. No offense to the guys, but the other teams have the more experience.
Well, Gunrunners know how to surprise people. They've beaten Kazna, they've beaten Oops and so on.
And Isuba for
Even
a while,
Ding once.
Isuba started off really good. They won their first, I think it said in the interview, they won their first 3 out of 4 matches.
But they lost last 5.
Yeah, so they lost last 5, because prior to that it was the interview, they had lost their last 4, but then they lost yesterday.
Exactly.
So
and it was a 5-1 loss.
Yeah, so both teams desperately need to pick up the win against each other. And we see here, both teams, you mentioned it earlier, Mojo, all Czech players as well.
Gunrunners coming from the bottom of our table, 7th at the moment, with only 9 points. Of the players that we can separate here, of course, Anji is their best player for sure. But we can often see Enrico go out in his plays on the heavy tank. And sometimes Dani, sometimes not. More on Arti, less on tanks like tank destroyers and so on. I know he likes to play those big guns, but he actually needs to perform much better on them. Maybe give Sigo, who he always puts Sigo on that Scorpion to sacrifice him, and he hides behind in a bigger gun.
Yeah, put Sigo in the Jagdpanzer 100 and put Danny in the Scorpion this time round. But yeah, Danny is one of the standout artillery players we've seen this season. The other one being, of course, the utopian legend Powin, who is just able to do tremendous damage from artillery. Insane as well is another really good artillery player. And we also see Annihilator, not this season, but last season was pretty good. And Diplomat last season as well was devastating last season.
I believe the last season was marked by Diplomat and Papa Pavian in Artis.
They were ruling the roost for sure. But will we see Danny on artillery? I mean, God knows. We'll probably see him in T95s and God knows what else today. Yep.
That's next week.
Now, Isuba, another Czech team. I did speak to Andrew yesterday about their lineup, asking, if you do stay in, are you going to bring in any players from perhaps other regions? Because both Gunrunners and Isuba, all Czech players. Isuba says potentially they might think about it, not go for Chinese players like what Gunrunners said they would go for, but perhaps it might be needed to strengthen the team. It's vital for both of these teams. They want to avoid that last spot.
Who knows, maybe a Chinese guy will make a difference in communication for Gunrunners they need. But as Suba here, of the guys we already separated, we have Froli, of course. He is supposed to be their best player, but last game we watched him, he was getting wrecked all over the place, honestly.
Well, he didn't get wrecked as badly as Combat did he, Mojo?
Exactly. Combat was really not having a good time on some moments, but Froli, Combat and Andrew, they're the most consistent players they have there in the lineup. But always guys like UCats can come out of the dark and do something well. Or looking, but they're like hazard 50-50, you never know.
Generally, I feel Tomasek is a much higher caliber player than what Lukin would be.
I believe you gave every last dime, so you could buy 3 Esuba players, of which one is Tomasek, and you can hope to God that he just resets or caps enough like Kuric yesterday to make it happen.
You and Daki have Lukin, Combat. We all have UKets. You and Daki have Andrew.
I don't have Andrew.
Oh, so me and Adaki have Andrew, and then I have Tomasek. So it's Tomasek.
I have Combat.
As long as Tomasek does better than Lukin, I'm cool. But it's going to be a tough one. Let's actually have a look at the map order here, Mojo. Ghost Town, and then going into Mines as well. This is going to be quite interesting.
We can see who picked which map here. So honestly, to say, none of these teams has the best track record on any of these. let's say Murovanka both around 20%. Himmelsdorf is really amazing for both because they have identical stats completely. 18 games played, 33%. Everything to the last stat identical.
Wow, okay.
God knows what's going to happen there.
Himmelsdorf, one for... I mean, we can't really say one for one. It's like when you're basically saying I have no opinion.
The thing is, none of these maps until the tiebreaker map is good for any of these teams. Like they have around 20 to 30% win ratio because they were beaten by a lot of teams. And then we go in tiebreaker on Mines, which is actually good for GRS.
I was going to say, is Mines going to be the one? So Gunrunners need to be on the attack for Mines so they can do the YOLO tactic.
So first time these guys met, Esuba was really doing well in a season, and they barely managed to beat Gunrunners 5-4.
Yeah, went into a big long tiebreaker.
It was a super long game, but then next time they met, it was the Ding curse. Gunrunners just beat the Ding day before, and they lost 5-0.
Whack!
Immediately.
Yes.
So now this is the third time they see each other, and there is this rivalship between both Czech teams coming from the silver together and so on. So this is going to be a kind of a final moment for those.
Yeah, I mean, if they struggle for playing against other teams throughout the season, this is going to be the match that could decide things. And, well, if Gunrunners have got more stuff to pull out their bag, this is likely when they're going to see it. A Mouse returning to Murovanka, Mojo.
Mouse coming here by Gunrunners, of course. Well, we've seen it actually used even in last season rather well in attack because this tank can be used in multiple positions to bounce a lot of damage and to be used even as a block for cappers. But it's, of course, a double-edged sword because it can be outflanked, and if Esuba plays aggressive enough, it can take care of the rest of the tanks.
Okay, well, let's jump into the action here for round number 1. Esuba against Gunrunners. It's going to be on Murovanka. Yes, just in case anyone in chat is asking, I'm sure it's not Prokhorovka. No, guys, it is Murovanka. I got it right this time.
Who knows, maybe in Ryan's system this is Prokhorovka now.
I thought this was Ghost Town, actually, but the sign says Murovanka. Prokhovanka, something Vanka at the end of it.
Depends. But there is aggressive push here by Esuba. Yes, they're defending, but they do want to deny that upper cap to Gunrunners. Ooh, Enrico is getting beaten up already.
Enrico getting the drop there, getting dropped on, sadly, so I say, as Combat wants to peek and get a shot at him. Enrico took one to the front and then one from the back. Combat has shells waiting, and you can see him just trying to edge and peekaboo. It's going to be dangerous. Combat wants to get that shot. He does get one already, not somebody else. Comes over from the shoulder as Pratilicek shoots right past Combat to pick up that kill.
Careful, Combat. You still need to farm me a lot of points because I have you and Ducky and Ryan don't.
Yeah, there's no Tomasek in this lineup. That's breaking my heart right now.
I was about to say that, but I just left to see will you notice it.
Thanks, Mojo. It's very kind of you.
Well, no problem, mate. I still have Lukin there and Yuket, and they are, well, playing.
We'll see how they do. We'll see how they do. So this is an interesting trade already. Gunrunners have lost Enrico. Danny in the Mouse, of course. If there's a character tank in this team, we would expect to see Danny playing it. He's going to push around here into Froley, Mojo. Bold move?
No, he's just trying to angle up because they really can't pen him yet, but they need to compensate for the loss of Enrico because now Mouse cannot really go around the corner and be safe because Bachat can harass him a lot. Now they are probably in the old-fashioned style of Gunrunners debating for like a minute what if they're gonna do, but once they do, if YOLO command goes, it may go well for them, you know that.
Yeah, the Gunrunners kind of need to go full YOLO. I mean, they've lost a tank, but they still have the HP advantage here over Esuba.
I wonder why. Oh, wait, they have a Mouse.
A Mouse!
I mean, if you compare a Mouse to one of the Bachats, it's just humble 1200 HP difference there.
Do you know that's actually one of the most common commands now in chat? If you type in Mouse, then after I think it's 30 seconds or 60 seconds, Nightbot will reply back in capital letters Mouse. So it is on a timer delay, guys, so don't need to keep spamming Mouse. But Nightbot always answers in capital letters.
So you're trying to provoke people to say Mouse.
Mouse!
And we have a really slow game here. The problem is now Gunrunners losing that Bachat so early are kind of hesitant what to do. Let's say Mouse is not the biggest fan of rotations on the map. that maximum brilliant speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Acceleration, even with the, I don't know, NOS built in, would still make him go not faster than 20 kilometers per hour. Amazing thing is, if you even go downhill with mouse, you don't go faster than 20 kilometers per hour. So yeah, no big rotation there coming in, and they will have to work around with a lower number of budgets because they lost one, so they have 2 baby budgets left and 1 tier 10 budget. And they have to still dig out where is Overus hidden in his 1390, and they know he's somewhere on the lower side of the map.
Storm taking a bit of damage there on his E5 for peeking as we're looking at the view from Overus hiding in his bush with Will and Undrex coming over. Storm taking another shot there on the back line. Looks like Combat was clipping out into him as Danny's trying to get shots. You can just see him coming off reload there. Looks like he was perhaps trying to connect with Frawley in the E5 who he was facing off with earlier, and Storm being forced to back off here now. Martin here in the middle of the town with no crossfire shots as he's sitting all by himself as we're looking through his viewpoint. If you are a fan of Gunrunners or eSuba, we have their Facebook links at the top of the screen at the moment. Drop by, give them hello, give them a ahoy or a chest. No, chest is Polish. I'm running out of Czech things to say. Ahoy works for sure, I know that. And that's my limited Czech vocabulary. Other than Yakshimash.
Well, Ondrex and Will are going through the lower side of the map. Combat don't get shot. And they're trying to provoke some kind of reaction from eSuba. But of course, eSuba has to do absolutely nothing in this game. They just need to wait. They already have the advantage of 1 tank, 1 gun more. They really don't have to bother with shooting Dani here. But Pratelicek is wasting so much HP. And he's tracked here, actually.
He's tracked, he's spotted, but nobody actually has an angle on him, and he's able to get away, but he did get a damaged ammo rack as well, Mojo. He drops over that hill into safety. Now, Unji takes a bit of damage, and the Gorilla there on Gunrunner's side, and Gunrunners are slowly starting to chip away the damage of eSuba here and push into them.
This is really important, how Pratelicek wasted that HP, and he has a dead ammo rack. There we go, Ondrex and Will. Second attempt to see where that light tank is. Still, there is some advantage here for the eSuba side, but that can be negated in one really strong push, as we've seen already done on Murovanka today.
Now, how are you going to do this one, Gunrunners? You've got Undrex probing down the bottom there. You've got Storm coming around again here. Danny looks like he's going to push round in the mouse and take the charge. He's actually going towards the cap circle, which is coming down over the hill. He's going to trigger the cap and try and bait out some tanks from eSuba into shooting him. Yukiet's there coming over the hill and was potentially going to be shot at from Storm. It's Pratelicek. You see the connection coming in there from the left-hand side. He gets one at Storm. Storm blind fires back but doesn't connect.
Danny is right there under the cap trying to angle his tank. And there we go. He knows the biggest danger for him for decapping is Combat. But Combat needs to be really careful. You can see how heat ammo doesn't really pan mouse when he's well angled. It's just not going to happen. If it was a Bacha there, Lukin would do it rather easy because they would not be able to bounce anything. But like this, it's more or less all about Combat and what he does.
Combat has an angle, knows he didn't get spotted. Danny lit here all the time, his name in yellow. Now Storm has just gone unspotted. See Unji trying to get crossfire shots at Lukin back there, so you can see the tracers coming over Danny's shoulder. It's going to be a difficult shot for Unji to try and penetrate, as it looks like he tries again and misses. I mean, there's no hurry right now for eSuba to go for the cap reset, but Combat might try it now.
I think Combat found a decent angle, and he's saying to the guys not to risk it too much because you see how he's keeping the aim. There we go.
Reset, very bold move there from Combat and nicely done. Forcing Gunners into having to do something more here, Mojo.
But he's just using other people's spot and he's shooting far away behind. He's using the simple game mechanics. When you fire 15 meters away from the bush, that's what happens. But look at the counter push coming in from the Gunrunners.
Will and Martin rushing in to deal with Combat to get him eliminated quickly. But look at all the damage coming back as Will gets dropped by Lukin in the crown wagon. Martin now between a rock and a hard place. They were able to get counter shots back into Lukin. It's now a 2 cap at the moment, 2 tank cap. And Frawley's going to have to peek round this corner to do something.
Overus is still spotting the lower part. They need to him to slow down Ondrax from the back, because now they're forced to push from the front side and from the 3 line, so they can actually duel these tanks. It's gonna be all-around shootout now.
Frawley missed the connection on the first one, but he does land the second one as Andrew comes round to clip into Storm. Now look at Danny getting caught in the middle here. They're just going to drive past him, get him shots in the rear as Ondrax is dueling with Overus here in the middle. Overus has 2 shots, but he's a 1390 against the Batchat. Danny is about to go down. Frawley's now just going to deal with him face to face as Danny gets a parting shot into Andrew dropping over the hill. One more and Danny's dead. He's side armor to Frawley. That should be an easy kill, as at the same time Lukin is able to get a kill on E5, and this is going to be eSuba taking round 1 here on Muravanka. Gunrunners pushed all in at the end there, Mojo, but it just didn't quite go in their favour.
No, they tried to do something, of course, as they must, but simply earlier loss of that Batchat was good tactics by Suba. They predicted well what will Gunrunners do, and they stopped them from doing it in a start. And simply Gunrunners, with that kind of setup of tanks, had no answer after it.
UK's there just waiting for Unji to drive through the building and destroy it, and then quickly finish him off at the end there. And nicely played there from eSuba. They just kind of played it patiently, waited it out for Gunrunners to make their move, and then committed with a really strong counter-attack.
This is what I also said, if you remember, on last game. If Kazna had a Kranwagen in that corner,
yes, where Lukin was, yeah.
Yes, this could have been completely another kind of game for Kazna, because they wouldn't lose them so fast. He can peek and shoot forward. He can shoot on the other side. He can put a reload. If someone wants to go over the hill to attack him, there are other people shooting those tanks. So he would be a constant threat. They had 2 Kranwagens in a lower position. That's just not position from them. They lose so much HP shot from the sides.
Yep, I think in past tactics we've seen Kazna with an E5 in that area, with usually Haiba sitting in that area. But nope, nicely done there from eSuba. Now let's have a look at the stats, Mojo, and see just how much damage the players on you and Daki's team did there.
Well, Ukits is the second one, but I mean Frawley is the first, so that's the only thing that matters here. Ukits is the second one. I think we all have him. Combat is the third. Thank you very much, Combat. And then we have Lukin. So that's for me. I'm good.
It's doing well for you. Yep, we all have Ukits. Me and Daki have Andrew, who's down there in 6. You have Lukin and Combat, Mojo. So
well, it's not about us. It's also something about these players here. So the top 5 players here are from eSuba.
Yep. Well played there from eSuba. I mean, look at this. 5 players from Gunrunners on the second page. Danny was able to get some damage out there on the mouse, but I mean, Enrico, he got focus fire at the start, but Will was in that match for a long time. He only actually connected 1 shot. He only got 2 shots out before he went down.
Well, Storm, that was the second push, and he died in the same place where Enrico died in the start.
Storm, 13 shots and only 1 actually connected there. I think he spent most of his time either blind firing or trying to hit that Kranwagen. Yeah, unfortunate there. Nice read from eSuba into what Gunrunners were doing, and they were perfectly prepared for it.
Yeah, they were 2 steps ahead, so that kind of failed from the start. I mean, Gunrunners could have tried to play something less predictable a bit there, but their own aggressive play in the start kind of bounced off back of them. But that's kind of a risk you take in this game. Sometimes it works off, and some of the blind plays can actually pay off heavily because they are super hard to predict.
Yeah, it's always a difficult map to approach sometimes, because you kind of know what the enemy team's doing, but sometimes it's just 1 or 2 shots in the middle of a fight, or even 1 or 2 shots before the main fight happens, is what actually completely swings the battle in the other team's favour.
If Combat died in the start of the game, it would be a whole another story.
Yeah,
because then they could push a mouse there, trigger a cap, play much easier, and then eSuba would be the one in a problem, and they would have to charge into the guns of GRS.
Yep.
It just didn't happen in this game because they defended that position perfectly.
The killing shot as well, when Combat was facing off against Enrico there, Combat was right against the window, and the shot from Pratilicek came right over his shoulder. So that was like, you know, a bold shot there from Pratilicek.
No, but he's a Kranwagen, so he's in perfect position to do it. He's right behind him, he's in cooldown, no one can really penetrate him, and he's just covering his teammate. That's the best position you can have for a Kranwagen like that.
Yeah, but I mean, the shot he took was kind of risky. Could have potentially hit his teammate.
Who cares?
Mojo!
Damage!
No, blue on blue. No team damage. Team damage bad, Mojo. Bad.
Damage.
You can't damage farm by shooting your teammates, Mojo. It doesn't work that way.
I played some random today, and one guy shot me with like tier 9 big alpha tank destroyer in the back because he just missed someone. I'm like, yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, now let's have a look at the lineups in round 2 here, Mojo, where eSuba are now going to be attacking against Gunrunners, and eSuba bringing with them an artillery. We talked about this in the previous match, actually.
eSuba going here with Tier 9 RT. We're actually expecting Gunrunners to do that because Danny would play then.
It just takes artillery in every match.
But this is a mind play of eSuba. We are going to take a Tier 9 RT. We actually seen Frolic can play decent RT here. I wonder who would play it this time. Maybe Combat. He also plays RTs.
Okay, I wonder who it is going to play. Indeed, that's going to be interesting. Now, from Gunrunners with their defensive lineup, Mojo, what do you think is going to happen here?
Obviously, they are set up to position toward the top cap, like eSuba was now. Kranwagen in a corner somewhere, IS4 lower, Grille in the back. If they do try some trap toward the forest, I think it would be a super foolish move, honestly. They don't have the tanks to do it so, and they would be easily outmaneuvered. So that would not be the best play for them. But playing against RT does require some ingenuity, especially when you play against Tier 9 RT. Because, let's face it, I mean, even M40 has a humongous splash compared to the other RTs, and Tier 9 is far better. So direct hit or a hit next to the tank are really good damage farm, and Kranwagen and IS4 are obviously the best possible targets for them, because it's going to be super hard to hide them.
So who'd you give it to then?
Actually, in this game, I think Attack might win. So eSuba maybe even start lead 2-0.
eSuba 2-0. Now, I think it was actually eSuba that said in the interview when they start to lose, if they go down 2-0 or they go down by a margin of 2, it's just generally heads down, team just plays sloppy, and it's a landslide. Could this be another potential landslide going for eSuba, or do you think that's too early to call?
eSuba is leading 1-0, so it's not going to be a landslide.
Oh, sorry, my bad. Landslide for Gunrunners.
I don't know. Maybe Danny will do some happy meme or soundboard
well, here's
pressure and they will just boost up.
Here's what worries me. If it gets to Ghost Town, they'll probably bring the Jagdpanzer. Now, we've got Prokhorovka after Himmelsdorf, and we've seen what they did on Prokhorovka against Ding. So, Himmelsdorf, we saw Foshes being used. So, what we have here after Muravanka, no map is safe from the Gunrunners' unusual picks. Nothing is safe. Nothing can be predicted.
Yeah, but
as Daki says, predict the unpredictable and then you're okay. Expect the unexpected.
Oh, Daki the Ninja. Great
Daki,
words, senpai.
wise man ninja. Sensei Daki, as they call him here in the office.
Yeah, but like when we go back to reality, Himmelsdorf is the map where usually eSuba takes at least one side from any team.
Any team, yeah. They wrecked Ding.
So they usually take one side. If they manage to take a 2-0 when we are already in theory crafting, if they manage to take their attack here on Himmelsdorf, if they take one, it's already 3-1. I mean, if they play 1-1 after that all the time, you know how it goes. It's a game.
Yeah, it can always go trade for trade at the moment. Now, we're just about ready to jump into the action on Muravanka. Now, eSuba are going to be on the red side. They're going to be attacking, and we're going to see Gunrunners on the blue side defending. I think I'm going to give it to Gunrunners because, 1-1 is going to be interesting. We're going to be then going into Himmelsdorf, and then Himmelsdorf's got a lot to play, and I still think there's surprises from this Gunrunners lineup. So let's see exactly how this one's going to go, Mojo. Are you going to be right with eSuba, or is it me going to be right with Gunrunners?
I just think eSuba has at the moment better lineup for this kind of play, and it can pay off more, but of course it will be how the participants do it. Also, I kind of have a feeling that eSuba has a good knack how to play against Gunrunners, specifically against them.
We played a lot against each other last season in Silver Series. Now they're taking an expected defensive lineup here. I mean, how are Gunrunners going to break this one down?
Well, Gunrunners, while they're defending, they're going to not break anything much. But the eSuba, what they're going to try is to get decent spots and then just pound them with RT for like 5 or 6 minutes. And if they connect anything significant, they're going to just see where the defense is weakest and press with everything we have and just play it on. Of course, if they manage to dig out Sigo on the way before that, perfect! They might actually trigger the 2-cap even then. You can see how hard defense is of eSuba in the upper part. Pratelicek, Juket, and Lukin. 3 tanks covering the RT there, because they do expect that Gunrunners might do something like a huge push up to try to clear those lines. And if they run in this kind of crossfire, it's gonna be for sure something that Gunrunners would have to pay heavily and probably even lose the game.
Frawley almost committing there, going quite aggressive there towards Seago. Now Storm is in an overwatch position where he can shoot past Seago into Frawley at the bottom of the map. Now over here on the right side of the map, there isn't any real action. Pratilicek is sitting back on the corner. You can see Lukin using that gun depression of the Kranwagen to peek over that hill and be an absolute pain in the butt to try and shoot at. Now Combat, where's he aiming at the moment? He's aiming into H5. It's a guess on a bush there. And is that where Seago is? No, Seago's actually a bit further down, isn't he?
It didn't look like the best aimed shot here because he missed the bush by a mile.
Yep,
he should have been a bit more patient there, Combat.
In between pretty much J and K6 at the moment.
Seago is far away from there.
Yeah, on the road.
He's really, really far away from there. But the thing is, if I7 would approach the position there on K6, he would have a huge chance to actually spot Seago. It does look like these tanks from Gunrunners are positioned to shoot a bit there and to counter push the other side if needed. But honestly, I don't like Seago's position because he's giving them the early spot, but I think that can be dug out rather easily if Esuba was secure how to do it.
Frawley got spotted all the way back there at H9, Mojo. Is that from Seago?
Seago is the only guy who can spot him there.
But I mean, does that not give Esuba any information? Because it looks like they're not taking it. It looks like they're just all gathering up north. They're going to try and do an oops, it looks like, perhaps.
This is just a nonsense because they have still 7 minutes. They need to approach, they need to position at least Kranwagen here in hold down on that 3 line so they can fan out the tanks from the corner. Maybe what they can do is position there maybe Overus or Lukin or both and then approach lower line where Seago is, because then they will suffer less damage because Anji and Ondrex will have to pull away and Seago will effectively be almost alone, just covered by Storm. And Storm can be easily shot then.
Now, will Esuba take that bait though? Will they go for it? Or is it going to just be passive at the moment? You can see the tanks here all just staying still and aiming everywhere.
So Ryan, in a special color, just for you,
yes!
What I expect is to Esuba to press here and dominate this area to deny them the presence here. Because Seago, while he's aggressively spotting, the only thing protecting are these tanks and Storm. So if these guys have to go back like this, then the other team can just simply approach from this side. They can position a tank here. If they are still spotted, they can even go to the house here and find Seago effectively. And if they take these positions, they can either trigger the cap or just use the RT in their advantage and just push in after a while.
Okay. Thank you for using purple there, Mojo. It's my favorite color.
This is the only thing you saw on the screen, right?
It tastes purple.
Where is your purple shirt? You just save it for go-hard matches?
I may be saving it for tomorrow, maybe.
Oh,
maybe.
But you're actually very colorful. I just noticed.
You never noticed
there
that.
is Esuba and Gunrunners are playing today, and he's wearing a blue shirt. You're so trendy.
I always mix up my shirts. I think I have something like 7 or 8 different shirts that I'll mix it up with.
Oh, wow. Why don't you wear like a yellow one for Oops?
I can try and get a yellow one. Or I can try. I've got a black one as well that I've not worn yet.
But that's for Kazanding.
You know, it's hard, Mojo, you know, cutting edge of style here. You could just be like you and Daki and just wear white shirts all the time.
You can go take your bow ties in different colors, man.
Oh, you need to wear the bow tie soon, son. It's going to happen. You're going to lose a bet, Mojo.
You have to win the one first.
Hey, I wore the bow tie out of sympathy. I've won both bets with Daki.
But not against me.
But hey, we can have a bet right now, Mojo, if you want. You're tempting fate here. You sure about this, laddie? You sure about it?
Let's see.
What do you want to bet on, Mojo?
At the moment, nothing. I don't see anything specific going on.
Because the handshake has to be done on screen.
Of course, but Yukis is taking some damage from that grille.
739 in the face from Unji, and Unji's unspotted as well when he did that.
That was actually really peculiar, but yeah, he managed to do it. He was probably surprised himself, but now he is spotted and Esuba is slowly closing their ranks, but still, so many time is wasted and they achieved nothing with this tier 9 RT yet. Finally, Stigo is found, and he will pretty much die soon to Andrew.
Overus goes in the cap. Now, Danny missed the shot as he drove past there. The rest of his team are coming in to reset as well. Will's getting a shot into Overus. Overus taking a huge amount of damage for this, as is looking, as is Frawley at the moment. Gunrunners with the advantage. They've lost Seago, they've lost the Scout. Now, looking is still alive here on 23 health, and eSuba are starting to turn this one around. Look at the health falling here on Gunrunner. Storm has already dropped. Ondrax is now down to a one-shot. He also has a damaged gun. He's tracked wherever he is right now, but nobody has a shot on him. And eSuba still 7 guns available to them, including artillery, however. But no, that's down to 6 because Overus has just died.
Don't forget, Andrew is coming in now, and he's gonna have shells that no one from Gunrunners will. So Andrew will be actually a great player for you and Ducky at the moment. Angie is gonna be the next one on a chopping board, as Ducky would say. So Will and Martin on those heavies will not make a huge difference in this game because they're deliberately left over by Suba guys while they're focusing the important tanks, the Clippers.
eSuba here continuing to push onto Gunrunners. They are the attacking team. They want it. They have the overmatch. Pratilicek coming in here. All clip available to him as he's going to start shooting into Martin, try and get round beside him. And like you said, Mojo, the paper-thin armour then of the heavies becomes absolutely redundant as the Batchat's able to clip into him. Will's trying to protect him, but that's not going to do anything here because Ukets can now come in the back as well and get shots into him. As you see Pratilicek finish off. Pratilicek might die for this, actually. Will might be able to get the kill on him. Nope, he's surviving slightly. Oh, he gets away. Sliver of health, 102. And Will, you're all on your own, mate. All by yourself. And this one is going to be eSuba taking the lead 2-0.
Will is tracked their damage gun. Yes, he has some HP and armor, but that's about that. He will fire one shot once they're loaded, and they're just gonna go on him like mad dogs and finish him up. I mean, they can choose whatever they want to do, and obviously they chose to kill him.
They say where there's a will, there is a way, but not today for Gunrunners as eSuba looking to finish this match out. Are they going to leave it for the artillery shot? No, it's Andrew who gets the killing blow, and there we have it. eSuba 2-0 on Muravanka, and Gunrunners, I mean, the fights were close, but eSuba just coming out on top there.
We didn't bet on the result, definitely.
We didn't, but as I said, the handshake has to be on screen. If we do the handshake on screen, then people can see it. So,
yes.
Mojo,
so
what's the wager? Is this where you say, I think eSuba are going to win because they're 2-0 up, or do you have something else you want to
I already said I think they're going to win.
Okay.
It doesn't count anymore.
It's not a bet I really want to take, to be honest. If it was like a particular map and you're like, I think they're going to win this map, I'll be like, okay, like, I'll shake on that beforehand. But right now, I would say I think eSuba are going to win this one.
Mm.
You know, so that's not...
You can live dangerous always.
No.
You like to wear ties anyways.
I'm not like Daki. I take bets where I think there's a good chance. Daki is, you know, I'm never wrong unless I'm wrong. Daki's motto or whatever, you know. Daki's never wrong. If Daki is wrong, rule 2, see rule number 1.
The wild card for eSuba here, Pratilicek doing the top damage here. You never know it with this guy. But in this game, 3.7k damage. Brilliant. Martin following here with Kranwagen 3.3 for Gunrunners, but that's just not enough. The push looked strong in one moment that Gunrunners performed, but then the Clippers from eSuba just kicked in and starting doing the work for them. Andrew also doing a really good damage and 3 kills there.
Yep. Very nicely done there from eSuba. Now, I was going to have to rack my brains up here, Mojo. What can I think can be a good bet for Mojo? It's a kind of, not a safe bet, but it has a good 50-50, you know, potential. The only other one I was thinking about are, I'll bet you that Gunrunners takes a Jagdpanzer E100 in a map, but there's no way you would take that one either, because you never know what Gunrunners are going to bring. I'd love to gamble and say I think they're going to bring a T-95, but I haven't spoken to them, so I can't. There's no way I would put a bet out like that. So
I think you will have to wait for next patch on Wednesday to see something like that. It's too early.
Perhaps, yeah, perhaps.
And then it's gonna be a bet because it's gonna be certainty.
True. Well, I think then, I mean, we're going to go Himmelsdorf, Prokhorovka. Himmelsdorf, you've already given it to eSuba. They always take a round.
I think it's gonna be at least 1-1.
At least 1-1. I don't want to say 2-0 Gunrunners because I don't think, this is going to be difficult. We can't do the bow tie all the time as well because it's too common then, it's not special.
We need to buy that clown nose.
The clown nose. We need to think of something else, like a pink shirt or something. But we have to be careful because if it's anything, if we make a wager that results in somebody having to buy something, Daki just straight up doesn't want to do it. So I had to buy the bow ties.
We can bet in PC parts with Aki. He has
PC parts.
some that he needs to lose now, considering he dropped like glass of water on his own.
Oh, Mojo, I wasn't going to bring that up. I mean, Daki
it's a sad fact of life. It's a member of the family, a respected one.
The reason that I wasn't going to bring it up is because when I'm casting with Daki tomorrow, Daki will say, "So Ryan, how's the new phone?" And that's just a no-go subject as far as I'm concerned. Let's have a look at the lineups here. Isuba, Gunrunners. Now, we're seeing an E3 coming out there on Isuba's side.
Well, Isuba attacking here with 350Bs. That's a lot of mobility there combined with that E3 armor. So, yes, it definitely looks like they will use it from the hillside, but honestly, with this kind of lineup, they might perform some kind of trick along the rail. If they manage to dominate the lower side of the rail and position E3 to go frontal, upwards, it might be their play also. So there is a potential for that in this game also. Gunrunners on the other side also have a really mobile setup with only IS-4 with the slower tank to dominate the upper cap.
So can Isuba go 3-0 up, or is it going to be Gunrunners bringing it back to 2-1? Let's find out. Let's jump into Himmelsdorf.
Himmelsdorf, a small city map. The teams start the battle in opposite corners. Both bases are located close to each other, but in a way that you can't stay on the defensive all the time. The main attack routes pass through the hill, the alley and the railroad, but in general, the attack can be successfully executed through any part of the map. Heavy tanks and tank destroyers with powerful guns run the show here. However, a lot depends on the mobile light tanks.
Okay, now Gunrunners are on the blue side, they're defending. Isuba on the red side attacking. This is Isuba with the blue and white camouflage, and there's a little choo-choo train just to move that E3 up there quicker.
They're moving up on a hill. Obviously, they do want to play aggressive from the hill. Desek step. Did I see him? No, it's Overus. Oh my god.
What?
Never mind. It's a guy who used to play there. Overus is spotting the middle there, and with his light tank, while everyone else is going super fast over the hill. Maybe they are guessing that Martin is actually left alone by Gunrunners back in the base.
Now they are rushing the hill. They're going to get position, get over there quite quickly. Gunrunners have the defensive line set up down the rails here. It's a fairly spread out and fairly standard defensive lineup, I would say, Mojo, when they're not quite sure where the enemy team is yet.
As I told you before, I really think that Isuba has something like a really good guesswork against Gunrunners, because to me, when they play, it looks like they're really reading into them a lot.
It looks like they're second guessing them and they're planning ahead. I mean, what does generally happen between these two teams, though, is that when it comes into the brawls are scrappy between the two of them. The brawls come in really close, but tactically, it looks like Isuba is always 1-2 steps ahead of Gunrunners. Now, Seagull got the spot there.
Nice connection here by Angie.
And a great connection on combat there. 771 damage there from the Gorilla as the rest of Gunrunners Isuba come running down the hill, and Gunrunners are going to have to scramble back from the rails to defend this.
Yeah, this is going to be a really heavy cap pressure now going there for Isuba. They do have a light they can use, and they're positioning the rest of the tanks. They will also have immediate monitoring of the 8 line. Let's see how they position the other tanks, because if they don't position anyone down, that means that actually they want to play on counterattack.
And look at this, as all three autoloaders there aiming down the road there, Mojo, expecting the push to come from the bottom. And if Enrico peaks, he is going to get absolutely annihilated once he goes round that corner. Nope, he stays in the courtyard, so that's actually probably going to save his life.
Ondrax is pressing toward the top of the hill. Ondrax is player for Gunrunners, the blue team. So he will clash one-on-one with Froley there, who is waiting and covering the back of Isuba players. Lukin is covering the 8 line for them, and everyone else is just positioned for a counterattack frontal. That can be a really weird choice, because they might get resetted from the back.
I was going to say, at what point did AMXs just pull back and try and triple cap? I mean, they're turned around, they're angling the other way. UKS is still aiming down the line. Lukin missing here against Enrico. They're trading on the banana roads. Now, the rest of Gunrunners are starting to peek around this corner. They see the tanks, and Seagull almost gets eliminated already as the reset comes in there, shoots him in the back, and Isuba's gun line wasn't prepared for that. Martin's now moving up along the top as well.
they're just positioning the tanks for counter-attack on either side. You can see Combat is watching their front, so they do know there is no real pressure coming from there, but the 50Bs were ready. If there is something, they can just, you know, split their forces and immediately go with 50Bs on any of the sides. That's why they're moving back now at the moment.
Overus just peeked a little bit too much back there to avoid the shot from Enrico, and Martin was able to clip him out in the back. Now, this position where Martin is, you've said before, when Dinger playing in this area, Meritorious can write a book about dying there.
In a lot of miserable ways, mate, and he's making new ones as we go, because that's usually how his games on Himmelsdorf end up. But Ondrax and Froli need to play a careful game there, because if one careless shot of damage received can actually decide the winner in this game. Because a Bacha that wins that game can go and freely clip the enemy from the back.
Yep, but pretty much the minute a tank falls, there's going to be a crazy push from either side as they're trying to do a little push there over the top. Danny and Enrico trying to send a tank over there on the rubble, on Hyber's rubble pile. As Pratilicek, Ukets and Andrew come round, and this might actually be a good time to listen into eSuba's TeamSpeak.
Yes, do it. Tak, tohle byla mrtka. Mát na kopci. Škoda.
Mát na kopci je low, jako já se jedu.
Kurva, co vy? Já mám dvě.
Někdo pro něj musí.
Já pro něj jedu.
Je vystřílený.
Bčko tady. Luky ne?
Luky
nemůžu. Bčko jede, Andrew.
Jo, já nemůžu, já nabijím ještě.
Tady je 113 u mě.
Dej 113 dám, dáš ji ránu?
Bčko. Nedám, nabijím. Jedu.
Bčko dvě venku. Dám mi tady dvě rány.
Musíš. No, jde.
Bčko track.
Ještě ránu.
Vil má 3 pryč. Bčko nemá už. Bčko nemá, je vystřílený. Vil 3, Luky ne.
Ty na kopci mají, ale. Ty na kopci mají.
3 pryč. Můžeš.
Nemůžu. Mají 2 tanky na ránu, 1 na 2.
Teď mu může dát, pojď, Luky.
Nice,
a se. Na to Bčko, budu mít nabito brzo.
To poslat 13.
Kolik má tohle Bčko HP?
500 asi.
500 na ránu pro tebe.
Bude mít nabito. Má nabito už.
Bude mít nabito určitě.
Má hodně HPek, ty vole.
Co poslat zdrotovat na jedničku prostě, úplně na
Já nemám řidiče, mě to nepojede.
Tak kepuj jedničku, tak kepuj dvojku, nemůžeš.
Nemůže.
Já to mám dlouhý, jo.
Andrew, ty to zrotuj aspoň.
Já to zrotuju uličkou.
Jo, uličkou musíš.
Tak co kdybych podsouval ještě aspoň do té uličky? To je blbost asi.
Teoreticky můžeš takhle, zkus to. Overus může začít kepovat jedničku, tady bude kombat jenom. Tak ne, no.
To ještě je hratelný tohle jako.
Je.
Co kdybych jel na hill, je času dost ještě.
Jo, zkus.
To jsou 2 tanky one shot jako.
Just do it.
Tady ty 3 tanky máš na celý zásobník. Možná projelo zpátky, nahoru neprojelo. 90.
Jo, mě teď rozsvítí. Píč.
Mě taky. No jen si to hlídejte, ještě máme čas.
Okay, so for a while there, Mojo, it looked like it was 50-50, but losing the AMX there, Overus going down to Will in the 50B, you think that's perhaps thrown it here?
It can come back easily to eSuba now, because if he picks up Sigo, Andrew, he will have an advantage. Ondrax cannot really face the 50B in a cooldown. He will have to go way behind the corner, and then everything can happen, because then Lukin might be free to rotate a bit, and they can freely leave Combat there and just let him play behind the sandbags, because they can cover him from the distance. It's still everyone's game. There is 3 minutes left, and I think it's enough time for eSuba to break the game in their advantage. But of course, the HP that Will has, that's focused around him, 1200, might be a deciding factor here, because even if his teammates fall, he might actually bring it to the victory.
Andrew's going to get the drop on Sigo here. Oh, he missed with the first one. Gets him with the second one, took a little bit of damage himself, but now are we going to see that Batchat come running up? That's what I was expecting. I was going to say is Ondrax going to come running up, but Ondrax can be one-shotted by Will. Sorry, by Andrew.
It's a big problem, because Andrew was not a one-shot and he came surprising to Sigo. So receiving this one shell actually might be a game decider here, completely. And certainly, who wins this duel here will probably bring a victory to his team.
Ondrax pulled away, and Andrew had no idea that Ondrax was climbing there to fight him, so It could have been really bad for Andrew. Ondrax could have potentially picked up a free kill there and still might do, as Andrew has to peek over the hill here. It's going to be down to reactions, really. Can Andrew make this peek? Can he predict where Ondrax is going to be?
One blind shot him. He spotted Ondrax, but he doesn't know from where exactly. He's just guessing the corner there. And now I think Andrew will have to reload.
You have to reload, but you have to push as well, because I've seen Ondrax can't cross the other road because Combat's sitting down that road.
Yeah, they will gather up now, and it will be all or nothing. We did say the games between these two come super close, and this will be one of them, of course. Himmelsdorf is a really bloody map, and they know to battle each other there for quite a while. Lukin now taking a great risk.
Lukin drives across there. Now, Will can clip out into him. He's got one shot into him. Lukin got a dead driver from that. All the HP's on Will. Oh, but Danny is able to peek round and get the kill on Lukin. Ondrax then gets the kill on Andrew, and this one is going to Gunrunners. Only Combat is left here. He's sitting in a cap circle, and Gunrunners can just envelop him and take him either from the right, the left, or behind. And there's no way that he can deal with that from all the different angles.
I just have a feeling that Tesuba threw this round a bit, because if they displaced their tanks a bit better and played it out better in the end, they would win it. But still, this was a defense of Himmelsdorf, and Gunrunners picked it. This makes this match much more interesting for us, evening the odds, because it's 2-1 now for Tesuba.
2-1 for Isuba indeed, and I'm kicking myself because beforehand I was really considering betting with you.
But
who was
I
going to
would
win
have
that
to
round.
first accept the bet and everything.
True, true. Do you still think Isuba are going to do it this round?
Yes.
Let's go for it then. Okay, next time me Mojo cast, whoever loses this prediction has to wear the bow tie. Or a bow tie. So I'm predicting Gunrunners for the win for this round on Himmelsdorf. You're predicting Isuba for the win. Come on, Gunrunners. Don't do it, Gunrunners. Don't let me down. Don't go with crazy picks. Mojo, I think you're going to wear a bow tie, mate. It's going to happen.
So we pick each other's colors.
Well, no, because that means I've got to go out and buy more bow ties, and I've already got 2 bow ties.
No, we'll just...
You can supply the bow tie then if you want to pick the colours.
Okay.
Okay, oh god. It's going to come in with like one of these giant clown ones.
You called it, bro.
Let's have a look at the stats in that round. Why did I do this, Mojo? I'm already thinking it's perhaps not a good idea. Will coming out top damage there in the AMX50B, 3.3k damage, 4 kills. And Andrew then from Isuba coming out 2.9k damage and 3 kills. So certainly those two powerhouses for their teams.
Really well played here. Andrew Boy is farming your points for you and Ducky like a powerhouse. So that's doing rather well. Will, Ondrax, Angie, Enrico, and Dani on a top page here for the Gunrunners. At the end, it really mattered how they played with those 50Bs. And I would say surviving of Ondrax till the end pretty much won them the round.
Yeah, definitely. It was very vital. I mean, Will still had all that HP, and like you said, the scout, all he needed to do was kind of keep Will spotted. Instead, he got himself shot, which was unfortunate.
It was not best play by Overus.
Martin in that IS-4, the place where tanks go to die.
The graveyard of IS-4s.
So whoever just takes that short straw, it's like, mate, you're going to be in cap, you've got to do the reset, then you're going to die. 230-90s, well, wasn't a lot expected from them, but even Froley coming in at 11th place there, still 1,200 damage, so a lot of damage spread across the board for the teams there, but mainly the kills being isolated to the performers at the top of the board.
Of course, Martin's position paid off heavily for them, because while the 50Bs were clipping in on him, they actually lost the entire 50B and some HP on the others. They lost the reload, so that allowed some leverage to Gunrunners to recover from the loss of a tank and reposition. So that actually worked well for them, because if they didn't kill the 50B, if that 50B remained even on one shot, they might have lost the game because of that.
Yep, indeed, it was very close in the end there. Now the teams are going to swap positions. We're going to see, I can't even remember who, because the colours are so similar, it's blocked in my head. So this time it's going to be Gunrunners on the attack
and
Isuba on the defence this time round. Now, I was getting mixed up previously, it was Gunrunners Go Hard, because I kept nearly saying Gun Hard and Go Runners. For some reason.
That sounds very interesting.
It's because I'm stupid is the reason, not for some reason, let's be honest.
It's a fair bet here, because they both have identical stats in both attack and defense. 33% everywhere where you look on those. On Himmelsdorf, so it's everyone's game.
It's a good 50-50 bet. I'm
a bit
confident.
On my side, because it's still defense of Himmelsdorf.
No, I'm confident. Let's have a look at the lineups and see if Gunrunners are doing any mems of different vehicles here, or are they going fairly sensible?
this is rather sensible because this is okay pickup here, but it's oriented mainly to push over the hill. And this is something they've done yesterday.
E3 on attack. We just saw an E3 on defense from them.
No, they've done this in attack.
Okay.
And E3 is often used in attack because you push it over the hill together with, you can use Kranwagen. So unless they're trying to play some really weird mind game because they have also Ru, which is really hard to cap with, they might be intercepted by Suba.
I think, to be honest, Mojo, the Gunrunners lineup here looks amazing. Looks vastly superior to what we're seeing here on Isuba.
Shiny disco balls.
Shiny disco balls indeed, Mojo. Now let's see if Gunrunners can make this lineup work for them. Can they bring it back to 2-2? Or are Isuba going to take the lead 3-1? What's in it? Well, of course, there's points on the board. And there is the chance to see myself or Mojo wearing a bow tie the next time me and Mojo are casting. This also means I'm not going to take any bets with Daki tomorrow.
That also means that when you lose, I'm gonna prepare the one for you specifically.
Ah, Mojo, careful now. I'm not looking forward to this. This also means I have to think of one for you then.
Sigo is spotting the 8 line. This is something they've done yesterday exactly like this. But you can see the aggressive approach here from Isuba immediately.
Isuba immediately closing in here onto Gunrunners, and Sego's taking a massive amount of damage. Now, let's see at the moment, Gunrunners are just kind of holding steady. They're pulling back, Enrico's taking damage there. Sego take a bit of damage, but Gunrunners are actually holding nerve. Pratalicek and Yukets actually took a massive amount of damage. Let's listen into the team speak now of Gunrunners and how can they fight their way out of this.
Pojďme na kopec, pojďme se teplit na kopec a budeme si hrát kopec. Já jsem trojku se můžu dostat sem a můžu tady královat.
S tím baťákem už to projedu, jo, tam dolů potom.
Pojďte všichni up.
Spotuj, ať tady stojí někdo v tomhle
Ručko se dostane nahoru a bude spotovat jenom ten cross.
Já s tím baťákem to projedu,
Ta střenácka by tady nepíkla. Já se tady otočím a když tak lipna, nebo?
Ne, to
Oni
ujete,
to nepíknou, my to uvidíme. Krám to spotne teďka a vy se dostanete. Hele, dostaneme se na kopec, pojď. Hej, s tím batem dostaňte se okamžitě sem, aby se tady nebo sem.
Psygo hlavně spotuj toto, kdyby tady pušoval.
S Beďakem tam můžu stát jako deala.
Tak tady já si můžu přesunout tu díru, že jo, kouknout se sem.
Ok, s králem pod sem na ten haldan.
Nebo s tím Ručkem by mohl stát tady a spotat teď jako všechno.
S Batem se teď hoď na prdel, s Ručkem pojď.
Jo, actually, hej, pojďte někdo spotnout toto, jestli tady zase 13 pořád v tom náměstí.
S Ručkem to takhle projede, s Ručkem to takhle projede.
Tak já se můžu pojít sem a vyklipovat, jestli tam je třeba. Ne.
To je moc risky.
Prostě náš těch Bček.
A vy zbytek pojďte sem.
Mají tam 90, mají 90 tady.
Mám to projedané nebo ne?
Nevidím, já
můžeš to 90 blindnout, ne?
Není tam.
Jako aby nám nevyjeli i s tou 113 na kopec, jak to dělal Gohard třeba.
Hele, s tím králem...
Tam rolu? Nebo ne?
Něco mě tu blindí jako.
Tady všichni držel, nic nevidím.
90. My můžeme do kepu, ne?
Co do toho si chtěl?
Ale oni mají to dostat sem. Ručka bychom si dostali, aby to Ručko projel a dostal
no, počkej, já musím
tak zasní první. Já to jdu spotovat Danovi teď.
Mám to projet s tou sedmičkou, Dane?
Tou sedmičkou to projedeš dolů jenom.
Já nemůžu odjet, mě to, cílej.
Tak řekni Dane, jo, pak až tam budu.
Jo.
Dane, ať to jdu spotat.
Jo, on mě pořád prostě chce spotit, když budu odjíždět.
Ta 90?
Tak to odjeď tudy. Podél toho.
A tam ho taky viděj.
Tam nějaký spot.
Dane, ty tam máš nějaké bino nebo ne? Asi ne.
Já tam nemám bino.
A já tě budu spotovat.
Kus.
Jako když oni najdou... 90 to je.
Jestli ho blindí odsaď, tak
budou
jako
kopec.
by bylo dobré vzít.
Jsou tady, vidíš to? Jde tady.
Hej ty Bčka,
já vidím tam.
Hej, potřebujeme teďka dostat to Ručko sem, aby začalo kempovat.
Dobrý, můžu.
Máme třeba neřek to Ručko.
Tak máme 107.
S králem pojď dolů a tady máš tu hroudu a budeš pikovat na tady toto a my ty Bčka musíme tady jenom piknout tady ten roh, nic víc.
Tak já můžu jet, ne, rovnou.
Já na tohle Martio, jo?
Tak my zatím koukáme tu prdele, jako.
Jedno Bčko se otočte už, abyste byli
Nemám jet s tím Ručkem tam, dolů, nebo mám s tím...
Projedeš to a Martin toto.
Co chceš po mě, Ranku, abych koukal toto?
Jo.
113. Tak já tam jedu, Dane, jo?
Jo.
Za tím Ručkem, já to projedu.
Bachať se nerozhodl, že nám klipnou toho krana.
113.
Martio, to půjď tam normálně.
Dobrý, teď kepujem, oni musí něco dělat.
Martio, tě můžou probít?
Tou sedmičkou nejde si...
Ne, nemůžou probít, ale já mám strach, že vyjedou odsud a vyjebou mě.
No, tak tě nevyjebou.
My to pokereme,
Tě nevyjebou, Martio.
Hej, zbatem,
Aby nevzali všechny.
Jo, mají tam dvě Bčka tady.
Ok, my kepujem, oni musí vyjet. Oni budou to muset projet. Hej, s jedním Bčkem, dokážeš si
Okay, now Gunrunners have able to got into a cap position here, Mojo, and it is protected as well at the moment.
Yeah, the S2 is gathering up for the bloody counter-attack that will come soon, because they are pretty much forced to. But Gunrunners managed to evade the push of Esuba from the start of the game. It was a close call. I thought the I7 might get caught, Enrico, but he kind of came around the corner maybe second before the Bachat peak to shoot there. So it was rather lucky for them. But Martin is taking damage here, and they're getting pressed from two sides, Ryan.
Martin is in a dangerous position now. He was in a nice hold down position, but looking in combat are going to take the fight to him. He's still protected by that rubble, but there's also the crossfire from his teammates of combat and looking come around this corner. Now, what can he do to protect the cap circle? Because the other tanks of Isuba are just waiting to sweep around that 5-6 line at the top on A5, A6. They're leaving Seagull in the cap circle on their own, and they're trying to get a crossfire here from Enrico. He's going to get side shots into Lukin. Big bit of damage there on Lukin. Lukin deflecting shots there. Ondrax missing head on. Ondrax might peek for another one. He takes one damage as well. Pratilicek and Andrew coming around here to clip into Seagull now. Enrico and Ondrax have to be careful because they're wide open as well. Damage across the board here on Isuba. Health falling everywhere, but so is it on Gunrunner's side as well. And Mojo, I think Gunrunners just don't have enough HP to trade with them anymore, and you might be safe with your bow tie.
I mean, they have Will and Danny with a lot of HP, and Martin is alive on 1 HP with that commander. So there is still potential for this. But there is so much more guns here on the Suba side. Once they get out of the reload, it's gonna be a huge problem here for Gunrunners. And let's remind ourselves, yes, they have an advantage, but there's still an attack.
Danny wants to get a shot into either Lukin or combat, but he's going to be side on to Andrew and Ukets at the moment, and they're going to clip out into him. Like, Danny, this is a bold move. You're trying to play off against two tanks. He does get a kill on Lukin. Now, he needs to turn his armor to face the autoloaders who are going to clip out into him at the moment. Martin still surviving on that 1 HP. Even if he gets another shot out, that could be vital, Mojo. Look at the pretty pattern, however, from Isuba's HP on the left-hand side.
This is really good, actually, for them at the moment. But Danny, whenever he turns here, he will receive a shot in the side. They will actually have to use the health of Will, because he's the only guy in this game with any significant HP and mobility to do it.
And the problem here for Gunrunners is they're on the attack. They have to make the move. They're down to 3 minutes and 20 seconds, and Gunrunners can happily sit back. They might even eventually send one tank away. They do have one tank up on the hill who's coming around the back, actually, and that's going to be vital to get crossfire shots.
The problem is because Will is stuck up on a hill. He has to peek on some side and receive shots while he's doing so. Ondrax can effectively cover the angles against Froley here, because Froley is a constant danger for them in the back. But Will, if he loses too much HP while pushing, it's not going to be Martin and Ondrax. Let's see what happens here.
Will going in for the YOLO, gets around, and doesn't get a shot there. He misses the first one into combat, but he gets him on the second one. Now, Will has 2 shots available. Andrew and Pratilicek pushing around the other side as Danny's able to move forward now. There's no crossfire threat. Now, dangerous is it when Danny gets to the next junction, there's another crossfire has to go, because Ukets is waiting below him and Pratilicek's waiting above him.
Pratilicek and Andrew are bringing a good choice. They are trying to leave this area and not fight from that side while leaving Ukets on the other. Problem is Froley is really inactive on. He's kind of hesitant because of the Bachat that Gunrunners have.
Andrew's going all the way around to get the drop onto Martin there. As Danny takes a shot, he's going to have to chase Pratilicek all the way around. Martin's looking to head off Pratilicek. Pratilicek stuck between a rock and an E3 at the moment as Danny gets another shot. Andrew, however, gets the kill on Martin. Danny needs to hurry up and kill Pratilicek, but Pratilicek is tracking him. He's holding on in that position. Danny trying to go for the weak spot here, but he missed, actually. And the shot's coming in the back from Ukets. Now Danny is going to get taken out. Will is the only one left with Ondrax still here, but look, Will has all the HP, and that's not going to help him in this situation.
He has 3 shells. He will probably kill Ukets here because that's just enough as he needs. But he's alone in this game. The other guys can just stretch him up all over the map. They don't have to fight him anymore. But he will also be in reload, so they can just approach and clip him out now. They know he's empty.
Will's fired 3 shots. They know he had fired one earlier on as well. He's on a reload. Do they come back and take the fight? Nope. They're just going to run up into the hill, or they're thinking about taking the fight, but they don't need the fight. They can just stay up the hill and say, Will, come and get us, mate. You can't cap out. And this is it. Mojo, I'm going to be wearing a bow tie next time I'm casting with you.
Guys, I'm accepting any nice suggestions and pictures. Just send them on the Facebook of our league. I will just take the best possible option. fine, even if I have to make from the paper.
It's going to be pink, I guess. Will there gets clipping out
Pink.
into Andrew. Will manages to take down Andrew. He's on a one-shot. Frawley, are you going to be bold enough to take this? I mean, Will's going to try and charge up the hill, but he doesn't have the speed to get up there. Frawley, just keep charging away, mate. You don't need to take that fight. And this is going to be Isuba going 3-1 ahead of Gunrunners here. And then we're going to be looking to go into Prokhorovka next, Mojo.
Prokhorovka, but still 28 seconds here. Maybe Frawley will fall off a rock or run into a stray shell.
Dude, if he flipped on his roof, that would be so amazing. I don't think he'd actually make the counter because it's, I think, 30 seconds.
It's really, really far away, so the odds for you not wearing something special are quite slim.
But here's the thing, again, as you said, like, the teams one step ahead of each other. Isuba kind of having the read there on Gunrunners. But when it came down to the brawl, right to the end, right to the wire between these two teams, and the score, I mean, it's 3-1 to Isuba, but it's not exactly reflective of how these teams have been playing. The team fights, the brawls have been so close. So close.
In both sides.
But just not close enough for me, Mojo.
Hey, you took a chance against me, man.
Bosh is what I'm saying.
That's intimidation factor, because like when I was betting Ducky last time or attempting to, he was 100% right.
Yeah, and you weren't doing a handshake on screen.
No, he was like,
the handshake has to be seen by the
And I
viewers.
just looked at him and I said like, yeah, I'm like 100 zloty sure, and he's like, no, I'm not taking that.
I was wanting to be 3 for 3 there. Then I was going to leave it for a long time and just let you and Daki do the betting between each other.
But what can you do now?
Now I have to wear a bow tie.
I'm really expecting nice suggestions.
Now you and Daki have to wear. You and Daki have to do a bet at some point as well.
There's time.
You need to keep the streak, Mojo, because my streak is crashed and burned. You know, so.
Crash and Burn was a great game, but here Isuba taking the game here, very close.
Yep.
3-1, so one game to each on the Himmelzorf, as I thought it would happen. But the next one can go either way. Like, this is so hard to predict what's going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, I think personally it's going to be a Czech team that probably wins this match between these two.
Wow. That would be a best bet ever.
That's all we can call at the moment who's going to do it. Uket's coming out there top damage, 3.2k. Then Danny, Will and Rico all from Gunrunner, so a nice step up game. Danny actually doing a nice bit of damage there, but I mean 11 shots and 3k damage. Maybe want a bit more for 11 shots.
Kirsten's combat nowhere to be found.
Andrew, so Ukets and Andrew working out for me and Daki. Tomasek not working out for me because he's not featured in the lineup so far, and this could actually be what breaks my team and allows you and Daki to gain even more positions.
Okay, combat is close.
Looking not doing so great there, so that's kind of good for me. But yeah, I think you and Daki have got it this week again, Mojo. It's the advantage of having just more credits in your fantasy team.
More credits?
More money.
More brain power, Ryan. Grain mess.
But it's just not true, not at all. Cheats. You're colluding against me. How can I do that? Like take on 2 years? I mean, I can maybe do it in a bar fight, but not in a fantasy game.
You had the same chance as we. You picked like 4 Dings players, 3 Isuba.
Wow,
you just didn't pick the best.
So Karitz did farm me a lot of decap points yesterday.
Yeah, in the first match. Let's see other 2.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, like I says, I'm being generous this season. Last season, that was my main goal, just smash Daki Mojo. I accomplished that. I came 7th last season. It was a great place to be. This season, I just want to be generous. I just want to give players gold, you know?
Last season was just a test, and we know that the stuff didn't work out. Like, the website wasn't the great.
Oh, yeah, it was a website. It was a website. It was raw. That's what I think of that, Mojo.
Yeah, that was
right.
the Ryan's violin playing in the background. Still, 3-1 here for Isuba. They are looking like they're one step ahead of Gunrunners all the way, even when it comes to super close games.
Yeah.
So maybe they will have a good read on Prokhorovka, but even 1-1 would be enough.
Yep. Well, let's have a look at the lineups, what we're going to see. Is this where Gunrunners start to pull the crazy picks out of their bag? No, actually. It's fairly standard here from Gunrunners, but double IA7 from Isuba.
Well, Gunrunners using E5, Kranwagen and STRV. I kind of prefer when a team picks up an I7 instead of the Kranwagen, because Kranwagen pick is rather defensive, but maybe they will try some kind of quirky trap with it. Ru is rather standard spotter for Prokhorovka now for every team. But Isuba playing with 2 I7s and a Grille, which says that they might try a potential push from the start of the game somewhere, and I hope that somewhere is not the forest.
Well, to be honest, forest pushes are very, very dangerous for teams, and I kind of wish teams would stop doing it right now.
We've seen it work.
I've seen it work once.
Yes.
Out of something like 7 times. 5 of those times being from Kazna crew, I think. So it's never worked out really that great for them. I don't think they would try that, to be honest. I think they're just going to hold the middle round. But let's find out, Mojo, as we go to Prokhorovka, not Muravanka. Okay, now eSuba are the red team attacking into Gunrunners on the blue side defending, and eSuba are just going straight for that middle ground, Mojo, and sending some tanks on the right-hand side.
Overus immediately aggressively spotting the middle. Look at the amount of tanks that are following him. So yes, aggressive push by Suba, as I thought, toward the village side, which is a good play by them. But also Gunrunners are going for the same.
What are Gunrunners expecting here? This is a very unusual defensive lineup. They're expecting the push here from eSuba.
Well, they're just positioning all their tanks toward there. They're actually lying here in a trap on the lower side. This is kind of peculiar.
They're reading eSuba here. They know what they're going to do. They knew the IS-7s were going to push there, and they were ready for it, and Combat's taking a truck ton of damage. So, eSuba with the unorthodox tactics, pushing the 2 IS-7s over here on the 5-6 line. But no, Gunrunners knew this was going to happen. But in return, Danny is getting focused now in the Kramwagen. He goes down, so they're traded tank for tank. What can eSuba do back for this? Because they have just been completely read by Gunrunners.
This is a problem for them, because they still have the Lukin stuck there. But also Gunrunners, if they lose these Bachats, Ondrax and Enrico, they're pretty much dead in the water. And don't forget, we still have a couple of eSuba tanks that need to arrive to the battle, but they lost so much already.
Andrew is a complete left behind in this battle. He's absolutely having no factor in it whatsoever as he's trying to run down the side of the rail tracks. Now Seago in the middle taking a truck ton damage in the RU but still surviving. Gunrunners have lost 2 tanks. They've lost the Kramwagen and the Batchat, and they still have Seago just surviving 37 health. In the meantime, however, though, eSuba have lost both of their IS-7s. Froley and his Batchat's now on a 1-shot. He's got a damaged gun. Pratelicek and his Batchat has got a damaged gun. He's a 3-shot. And Gunrunners are starting to close this one out, and it looks like they might be bringing it back to 3-2 already, Mojo.
Their play definitely worked out there. The trap they laid out worked well. It did look like they have a hint what eSuba might play, a good read on them. But let's be honest, I really don't think eSuba can come back from this one. Any skill, like the only guy that has some HP to play around with is Andrew, and he's in Grile. That's not a spotting tank. You need HP on rotational tanks like Bachats, Pratelicek, and Ukits. They're on half HP, and they're locked away. That's a problem.
I wonder if this has been something where they've played against each other like this in the Silver Series, and Gunrunners just quickly read the lineup and says, hang on a minute, guys, they're going to do that push.
Massive connection on Ondrax here, making him a 1-shot. This actually might be a game changer if some of the eSuba tanks don't follow down.
Ondrax is going to blind fire out into Andrew. He connected with one there, didn't connect with the other one.
No, he connected 2.
Uket's behind Andrew here. Now Martin's turning his turret, looking for a shot here. Pratelicek's unspotted. Overus is spotted. Uket's actually is spotted and getting shot at now. Looks like from Storm actually there in the middle. I mean, it's a hard task for eSuba. They need to get a kill on someone. Martin still has full health. Storm has still full health. I mean, Enrico might go down here. 2 more shots.
Oh my God.
That's a bad miss there. It's a bad miss.
You really need to connect those shots, but his gun is dead and he's sitting there just being a good target for the enemy. Catastrophic play in these moments by him, and Overus is down. I think this is round definitely going to Gunrunners, and this is going to be a very tight game. Maybe another tiebreaker between these two.
Oh, Gunrunners. I want to know how they knew that one, Mojo, because that was really unorthodox play from eSuba, and Gunrunners were just sitting there waiting for it to happen. Andrew, a little salute there from you. But yeah, I mean, a really unorthodox play there from eSuba to push the 2 IS-7s over in that area. But Gunrunners were just set up waiting, like absolutely waiting, saying, we know what's going to happen here, guys. Like, Unusual, very unusual.
Well, we've seen some of the teams keep the tanks there for like minute or two. If you remember, we even did a video when Oops was playing against Ding. They kept 2 Batshots there and a heavy tank in front. They were just waiting to spring them for a counter-attack from those positions. They positioned the entire team there, so you can say they were waiting if someone is crossing the rail to shoot them in a flank and then just spring up and push ahead. So that's always a possibility. But why did even a Suba charge like that?
Well,
that's the part I don't like.
It was done before, I think, in the Russian finals. One of the teams just pushed right over that area and got a massive advantage. But, I mean, I can understand the play from Isuba. It makes sense. You catch the team unaware. They're totally not ready for it. I'm just really surprised that Gunrunners had the reading that and just said, well, we know what Isuba are going to do. We're going to wait for these tanks to do it.
Why don't you push the light head ahead of the heavies?
Yeah, why don't you peek
What kind
first?
of nonsense is that? No, not peek. Peeking will not say anything. They're behind the bushes. You don't see that. You charge a light tank ahead and then you push the I-7s. Otherwise, it's a nonsense. You don't spot with everything you have in a team.
Ondrax, 14 shots, 3.8k damage and 4 kills. That is a hyper carry there for his team. Storm and STRV doing 3.1, and then like the next difference is miles away at 2.3 there from Andrew Negril, which is not really that bad a score as well. But I mean, Ondrax and Storm just had an absolute field day there.
I was the beast of the sniping, especially, you know, STRV, how it does. Oh my god, combat.
Wrecked. Rickety wrecked. He got 1 shot out there before he got eliminated. That is
didn't even connect.
Unfortunate for you, Mojo. Looking not doing so great there either. And Uket's there at the top of the page there for Isuba. So, Gunrunners there, a complete read of Isuba's tactics, are able to bring it back to 3-2. Still, advantage lies with Isuba at the moment. I mean, they're only one round away from being on match point. And then they have the, we can seal out the deal advantage, but hey, it's Ghost Town. God knows what Gunrunners are going to bring on Ghost Town. Even now, God knows what Gunrunners are going to bring, but it shows that when Gunrunners kind of play normal-ish tactics that they can actually play them. I mean, they've been really close here with Isuba.
Well, if you watch the stats, and we do often, like Isuba just fulfilled their destiny here. They had 0% so far. Nothing changed there. It went down in a blast. It was a very short game. And they can go to something they're doing better, and that's defense.
Yep, indeed, they're much better on the defense here. And do I see... Nah, nothing. Well, you guys will just have to wait and see yourself. I could just be throwing you an old rope-a-dope there. A little deception.
What, you want to see another double Jack Panzer Gunrunners?
Dude, I would love something like double T95 would be amazing. But hey, let's have a look at the lineups and see what we're going to see here in this round now. Wow. Almost a mirror match, but we see a Lorraine Artie coming out for Gunrunners.
Lorraine Artie there in attack, so that's a good thing to have if someone is trying to trap, because then you can just deal with them. But Isuba again playing with rather light setup there, so they can choose whatever they want to do. And honestly, not having an STRV for Gunrunners might cost them in some ways.
I tell you what, I wonder if Gunrunners are going to be cheeky enough to try and just do what Isuba did.
With an Artie piece, I don't think so.
Let's find out exactly what Gunrunners have planned as we can jump into the battle now. Isuba are red side and they're going to be defending, and it's going to be Gunrunners blue side attacking into them. Isuba have a blue and white camouflage, and its Gunrunners have the blue and dark blue, I guess, and black camouflage with triangles on them. The Isuba one's quite cool. It's very, very winter alpine 80s-esque.
Kind of marine blue.
Yep. Oh, over this, just dodging artillery. They'd already taken a shot there as well. This is Danny on the artillery. What can Danny do?
Strong push coming in, like Kazna-like push from Isuba in the forest line. Let's see how will that go, because Gunrunners are around these areas. Andrew is only guy following the middle there, but Gunrunners are kind of split and they're starting to rotate. That might actually cost them, but Isuba is spotted now.
All 3 tanks here from Isuba are spotted as the rotation happens, and Isuba are going to take this position for free. And this is going to be the first time we see a successful push down the 1-2 line. Kazna crew take note. Unji's on fire. He's focused. He's getting wrecked at the moment. He's going to go down. He might survive with a sliver of health. 86, but the next shot's going to kill him, and that's goodnight Unji. First blood going to go to Isuba.
Well, he's still alive, so don't kill him yet. But the HP advantage and positions are all in the favor for Suba. They will have to spring up for attack, and it will be Andrew who will they try to kill first. That's for sure. Let's see how will that go, because he is heavily covered. But Yuket, he needs to be more careful, losing a commander and so much HP there.
Yuket peeking over there, doing the side armor, best armor tactic, which obviously doesn't work for him, as Gunrunners are pinned in this area, and Isuba, the defensive team, are pressing the attack into Gunrunners, and they're looking to get different angles on them, just slightly chip away at that health. But Unji still surviving here, Mojo. He could be a big factor in this battle if he can connect at least one shot.
Yes, even one shot will be enough, but now Arti will be in effect. He will start to carry size 7, even slow damage, it will matter, because he can do it constantly while Suba can't. They're still trying to find a way to rotate. Not finishing off a tank really matters. I mean, Anji being alive. Also, they need to use Overus much better than they are now. I mean, he was really passive in the start. Honestly, if he played it correct, he should have already been on a hill and shooting them in the back. Not now, when Martin is already there.
Andrew and Yuket's going all the way around here. Combat peeking over, just trying to hold Gunrunners into this area, stop Gunrunners from trying to get any vision whatsoever or any kind of feeling for where the rest of the tanks are for Isuba. If they can get this position, then that'll be great for them. They'll be able to get crossfire, but Martin is actually starting to make a move himself, Mojo, and he might spot this one out.
Yes, you can cross the rail like that also.
Yeah, I was just wondering if he was going to clear it completely or if he was going to actually mess it up there and just land on top of it and not make it.
No, we were talking like earlier on the start of the last season. I was hoping that someone will do a heroic push over that part of the rail and decap, like falling down from the sky like a boss. But no one was crazy enough, unfortunately.
Where Enrico is actually on the map, you can see him now at H5 on the minimap. To the right-hand side of him where the rails are, you can actually jump clean over the rails there as well. But you can only do it in a fast tank, and it looks awesome as well when you do it.
Martin taking some damage, he's spotted there on the hill and pushed. He's taking some more, losing a gunner, he needs to bail, parachute down. But there should be some cover fire coming in from the gunrunners shortly.
Andrew going full YOLO mode after him, one more shot and he does get the kill onto Martin, so that's going to alert Gunrunners into a flank from Isuba. So Gunrunners are looking to push out from their area, Mojo. They're looking to take the overmatch in the middle of the map, and this is what they need to do, they need to break out.
This was the best play they could do at this moment. I was actually thinking they will do it much earlier, so they're now doing the full frontal YOLO attack before the tanks in their backs comes and takes care of them. But Froley in that STRV, we've seen the damage he can pump out.
Froley just taking hit after hit after hit onto Gunrunners there. As you can see, the IS-7 there from combat just tanking everything coming his way. Enrico and Ondrax are able to get the kill onto Lucan, but Froley gets the kill on Enrico. Ondrax is going to rush Froley, but Ondrax is on a reload. Froley's just going to get a free damage farm here. Look at this. This is like shooting fish in a barrel for him right now. Storm is about to go down as well, as Froley is just saying, come on guys, line them up, let me knock them down. One more shot into Storm in the rear end. He actually bounces there. Storm still survives, and it's only Storm and Ondrax left. This is going to be Isuba taking this map 4-2, and they're going to be sitting on match point going into Ghost Town.
Is there anything that is not dead in combat tank there? He lost a commander, a driver, and Amorek. Like, this is really not a cool way for a guy that's supposed to bring me so much damage, but what can you do? Victory is victory at least.
Yep, a win's a win, as we always said. I mean, God, we saw it earlier on in Kazna versus Oops, where Haiba was able to survive a countdown against, what, 4 tanks and survived on a one-shot. So, I know you'll take it any way you can get it, and I guess for Isuba that was very nicely done. Very aggressive from the defensive team, which is cool to see.
But that's normal when you play against RT. You don't want to give them that advantage. We've seen a couple of teams risk it and play the longer games against RT, but they were also very well covered. Still, this was definitely the best option here. And Gunrunners definitely did not cover their bases well, and they started leaving the forest too early.
Yeah, the rotation was just, oh man, so unlucky to do that at that time. And then also the Gorilla getting set on fire was like, was really asked. Froley, 3k damage. Combat was in that IS-7 on the ridgeline, like totally commanding that area. 13 shots, 2.8k damage. Froley, 3k damage with 2 kills as well, vitally. Then Andrew picking up 3 kills, 1.8 damage. Storm doing 1.9 there, the highest tank there for Gunrunners. And yeah, it was a nice play from Isuba. I really liked that, to be honest. They really had Gunrunners pinned in there, and they really made them pay for it.
Well, Isuba is now on match point 4-2, but we are going on the Ghost Town next. That's gonna be a dodgy thing. Like, the match can end any moment now. Isuba can pick up a first round, or they can just lose 2 and go in tiebreaker. And there is still potential for Gunrunners to win the match. This is not over.
It's true, it's not over yet. I was just thinking to myself as well, if Isuba win this match, it puts them on tied points once again with Oops as well for that 5th spot. So that's really interesting for Oops as well, because they're, like Kazna said, they're hungry for points. Every match to them right now is really vital. So that will put them both on 14 points.
And same number of... No, they'll have one more game.
So, yeah, Oops will have a game, yeah, because this is the first round of the stage 3, if you like, of Season 2, the 3rd round robin. So this is it. The teams will only play each other again once, starting from today, and then that's it. We'll know who's going to go automatically to the LAN, and we'll know the 4 teams who are going to fight it out for those 2 remaining spots at the LAN.
Couple of more weeks, but we still need to see what will these guys do now on Ghost Town, right?
That is true. Now, Ghost Town, are we going to get any crazy picks, Mojo?
I hope some. Let's see who is just attacking first.
Oh, you've got to be kidding me. I'm not seeing
Estuba
this.
is attacking first, GRS defending. No, I think it will be rather standard in defense.
Brace yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. We have a newcomer to the WGL this season. Put your hands together and welcome the Type 5 Heavy.
Oh dear.
Yes. They were trolling me. They were trolling me with the picks.
That's very good.
You son of a... They switched it out. They were trolling me. Oh man. I'm going to kill you for that. I'm going to kill you for that, Gunrunners.
Playing rather a standard setup in defense. 250Bs, E100, Udes, who they climb up, and then you have a Kranwagen, who's usually positioned around the middle, so he can decap the middle cap. And the mobile setup of Esuba, 2 baby butchats, a big one, 350Bs and 113. With this setup, we already seen multiple times you can go any side of map you choose, but it's the least possible they will just go straight to the lower side. There is no reason for it. I mean, to the open cap. There is no reason for it.
So what basically happened there is, as the teams were told to ready up, they moved a Type 5 Heavy up, and then they moved it back down. Trolling me. Well, let's jump into Ghost Round and see who's going to win this one. Will it be Isuba or Gunrunners? Let's find out.
Ghost Town. The first absolutely symmetrical map, made especially for 7 versus 7 games. The teams start the battle on opposite sides. There are numerous ways to attack here. One of the bases is located in the central square, the other one at the top of the city. The hardest battles are usually fought for the top base, and this calls for the use of heavy tanks. Sometimes the teams choose fast tanks for spotting and base capturing.
So thank you, Gunrunners, for that troll. I hope you can win this round and salvage a bit of pride from that. Now, Isuba, red team, attacking into Gunrunners on the blue side, are defending. And Mojo, do you think we'll continue to see the Udes always being picked here?
I hope not, because it's a static play I don't like, but super aggressive approach here from the start from Isuba. They're taking a big gamble with this because they know they cannot really cap with these 3 butchats. They are hidden by houses at the moment. They will get broken and they will need to counter-attack immediately with everything they have, butchats included.
So Storm could be the one to peek and come round here. Seagull can also come round and get shots as well. Now, Gunrunners are posturing, Mojo. Unji's down at the bottom, and there's the push through the middle as well from Isuba to try and get the counterfire. Storm overcommits. Now the Batchats are having to come out. They're going to get the drop onto Storm. It is the E100 that came forward. Now Frawley's taking a lot of damage, as is practically checking the 50B in the fight in the town as well. Storm's going to perhaps survive this one, Mojo. They're throwing everything but the kitchen sink at him at the moment. As Frawley goes down, Storm is still surviving. Overus is on a reload, Combat's on a reload, and Frawley's already fell. So 3 Batchats could not take out that E100, and this is the beginning of the end for Isuba, and Gunrunners look to take this round already.
This is why I said this is such a gamble, because it's a nonsense and they didn't even pen all the shells. Even if they killed Storm, it wouldn't end well, because there's 3 Clippers in reload and the rest of the team is just getting pumped by the rest of the Gunrunners team. This is so one-sided game. Look at this. 2 tanks reviving and there is like almost everyone alive in Gunrunners team, only Martin is down.
8 minutes and 10 seconds, and eSuba only have 2 tanks left, 1 tank left, 2 minutes. This is going to be done and dusted. One of the quickest Ghost Town rounds we've ever seen here, and that from eSuba was
nonsense.
Rubbish, to be honest, I'm afraid. Yeah, that was really bad. 3 Batchats couldn't take down that E100.
But still, we have something
Tier
good
9s.
out of this round. Ryan made the great announcement of Type 5 Heavy. We can pre-record it for the next occasion. It will be used, maybe never.
Yeah. What basically happened is before the rounds, the teams are told to pick their tanks and stuff, and for whatever reason, they moved somebody that's not in the current starting lineup in the Type 5 Heavy up there. So I thought the Type 5 Heavy was there. So I got trolled by the admins and gun runners. Thanks very much for that. Someone's going to die for this later.
I don't understand why did they gamble in such important part of the game like this. I mean, more casual approach with that setup they had wouldn't bother them much more because they can rotate easily around the map, unlike the gun runners. But let's see the stats and let's see who did it.
Let's see the stats. You know, perhaps if they did bring a Type 5 Heavy, they would have done a bit better here. But no, look, top 3 players all coming out from Gunrunners. Storm wading in there like Sauron in Lord of the Rings when he just cuts through all those guys from Elrond with his big massive mace and still surviving. Undrax and Danny coming in 3.2k and 2.9k respectively. Yeah, great game for Storm. Just wonder how many shots he actually took in at E100 because he was taking a truck ton.
Obviously, 1 less than needed for
Well,
eSuba.
he did a hell of a lot better than Combat Mojo, and you know, don't be sad. Don't be sad.
I can deal with it, mate. If Combat is doing better
At the
than
end of the
Tomasek.
day, I was going to say, if Combat does this all the time, he's still going to get more points than Tomasek because he's not even playing with them. So I'm just digging myself my own hole here, and then I'm hitting myself on the back of the head with the shovel and falling in it.
It's a big hole, Ryan. You can do it.
It's a huge hole. Very, very dark down there. If you throw me a match, you'll find out how dark it is.
No, it's gonna go out before it hits the bottom.
Possibly, yeah. Now, eSuba still on match point here. It is 4-3. I mean, this is the thing. eSuba can't really mess about here. If it goes to tiebreakers and Gunrunners are able to win it, it's the best outcome possibly for Oops. And it's one of the worst outcomes from eSuba because they need to get those points to try and, you know, challenge Oops for their position. They want to avoid that 6th place. They want 5th place.
The thing is, if eSuba loses this round and go in tiebreaker on the mines, actually the better team there are the Gunrunners by all the games played so far. And I wouldn't risk it if I were them. I mean, first of all, they will lose points. Already they earned 1, but even if they win a tiebreaker, they win 2 instead of 3, and they will still be below Oops then in standings. And I think they need all 3.
Yep, and
I really do.
Oops will have a match in hand as well, so it will go completely against them. Now, I mean, 6th place is still a playoff spot, but at the end of the day, you're talking about prize money, you're talking about who you're going to potentially play against if you do get through that, you know, as well.
By the current situation, it can be either Go Hard, Kazna, and Ding, and at the moment, none of these are really prepared to face them.
Yep. Well, let's have a look at the lineups for round 2 now. I'm not going to pre-announce anything, we're just going to wait and see what comes up on screen. Double E100, IS7, and well, someone's going to be a bait again in that Scorpion. We know what's going to happen likely with this.
Yeah,
Potentially.
It's a Scorpion coming on the open cap to do a block for IS7 who will hide behind, and everyone else is covering them. And to be honest, the setup from Gunrunners is better. Especially since eSuba has these 2 FE heavies, they're great DPM tanks, but no armor, getting easily burnt, armor act. It's really offensive setup. I don't know, maybe they will even try some crazy YOLO like in last game now.
Yep. And the thing that Gunrunners can do is they could bait with that Scorpion. They could make it look like it's going to be a cap tactic and not actually do it. So, will we see this? Will we see Gunrunners bringing it back to 4-4? Or are eSuba going to win this one to 5-3? Now, eSuba red team defending, Gunrunners blue team attacking, and well, I think on the lineups I'd want to give it to Gunrunners Mojo, but I think maybe just having the match point advantage, eSuba might just seal the deal.
It's amazing that eSuba is playing so standard in these games, and they know that Gunrunners in several last matches played the 1 cap, always positioning people on B0 as you see them, and then pushing someone in to that 1 cap, usually a Scorpion played by Poor Sigo, and then someone behind him. And look at the position, like they're positioning entire team there just to cover that.
So eSuba, I've seen this one before. Frawley taking a hit there in the WZ, peeking a little bit over there, shooting into the buildings to try and take out any cover. Frawley bouncing a shot there on the front of his tank. as Seagull behind him continues to take out buildings in the cap circle. Sorry, looking actually. And now here comes the push as Seagull goes forward, turns himself side on. Enrico hides behind him. And you know, this is a standard. We've seen this before. This is like Seagull, unlucky mate. You know, you've drawn the short straw.
It's a big HE shell that came here from combat on Seagull. But that is the plan. That's not a loss. That's all part of the plan of the gun runners. And now we need to see how will the rotation from Esuba look like, because unless they manage to single out some of the tanks and deny Enrico the cap in the process, this game is already lost.
Now the potential danger that Enrico has as well is that he has to turn his gun turret to shoot, and his gun could actually be used because the gun has a hitbox. Uket's actually taking a truck ton of damage here as he backs off. He's down to a one-shot. One more hit will kill him as Lukin gets focused now as well. E100's here coming around and doing a power of damage as Unji gets the kill on Uket's at the moment. Saigo is already dead for Gunrunners, but look at the return fire as Ondrax has nearly dropped to a one-shot here for Gunrunners, and Gunrunners need to get their guns back in the game here.
So far so good actually for Esuba, because they're picking up the kills, and that's super important here. E100s are not most of the mobile tanks, and Enrico in I7, they just need to reset him from time to time and focus on everyone else. Anji will come back in the game, but he's only on one shot.
Gunrunners are caught in a crossfire. They're absolutely enveloped here by Esuba, and no matter what they do, they're getting shot in the back, they're getting shot in the side, and Esuba are just baking them into their teammate guns right now. Pratilicek and Andrew are about to come off reload in a minute in the AMX 50Bs, and Gunrunners just do not have the HP anymore. Storm's down to almost a one-shot. He's ammo-racked, he's tracked. Martin goes down beside him. Storm's now got his engine damaged. He goes down. Overus is now coming down looking for shots. Enrico's getting shot in the butt. And this is GG goodnight. Esuba are going to take this one 5-3. And that's some vital points on the board here against Gunrunners.
It does look like Esuba knew exactly what they're doing, because they relied on these corner fights much more than Gunrunners. And we've seen already on Himmelsdorf they're actually better at it. So the game goes to Esuba. 5-3. It could have ended anyway, honestly, in this one, like in a previous match with Oops, but there is always stay, and Esuba is winning the third game in a row against Gunrunners. There is no question which the Czech team is better anymore.
Esuba.
It's pretty much one-sided.
There you go. 3-0 across the 3 times they've played each other. You can see here, Muravanka, it was Esuba took the defensive and the offensive round, but then Himmelsdorf, both teams took the defensive round, so that made it on to 3-1. Then in Prokhorovka, both teams won the defensive round, that then took it to 4-2. Then in Ghost Town, both teams won the defensive round. It went 4-3, but then Esuba were able to win it out 5-3. And they got the points on the board. So there we go. First match was Oops against Kazna. And Oops sadly lost that one 5-2, and now we see Esuba winning against Gunrunners here 5-3.
Which will make that middle part of the standings rather hectic now.
Yes, the middle table is going to be absolutely hectic. So this also means that Esuba and Oops are tied on points, but Oops now have a match in hand as well. So I mean, Combat coming out there top damage. He did get like focused at the start, but he's managed to survive there and continue swinging. Overus then coming out for Esuba, falling right behind him, 2.4. So I mean, it's almost like 1k difference there, top damage. Then Martin, Storm, Unji all coming out for Gunrunners, and Andrew and Frawley. Andrew actually picking up 4 kills, which is really good, and Frawley getting 2 kills as well. So not actually contributing to that, well, I suppose Andrew contributing to the damage as well and also getting the kills, but I mean, it'll tell its own story when we go to the next page here. Saigo's obviously going to be in 14th place. But the rest of the team, I mean, look at that. Lukin, he got focused quite quickly at the start. Danny got caught in the crossfire in the middle of the area. Enrico was kind of focused quite quickly as well in his I7. So a good read there from Esuba. Certainly a different Esuba than what we saw in round 1 of Ghost Town. And yeah, I mean, they still look like a force to be reckoned with, Mojo. This puts them still in the playoff spot. It's really just a case of between them and Oops. If Gunrunners can pick up points anywhere else, I mean, Gunrunners have beaten Oops already, you know? So there's always that potential danger if Oops don't kind of get it together. They could potentially drop into 7th spot, which would obviously be an absolute nightmare for them. I don't think they would... I don't fancy their chances.
This is the thing. There are 5 matches left. Yes, we can count like Ducky on the fingers. There are 5 matches left for Gunrunners here. And they need to win most of them, because they need to have 2 matches 100% win just to catch up with Estuba and Oops at the moment. So just for that, they need 2 whole matches, and they need to face such teams like Ding. Go hard.
It's a hard end to the season for them, that's for sure. Let's have a look at the post-match stats. Andrew coming out on top there as the top damage dealer for Isuba.
14 kills, also hard carry. Good pick by you too.
Yep, 2.2 average damage. Then Ukets, then Frawley. I mean, really well played. Ondrax actually. Look at that, far and away above the rest of anyone else from Gunrunners there. 2k damage, 7 kills, 62. I mean, Andrew really was quite actually a beast in this fight between the two teams.
Maybe something personal there.
Combat down 6. Overus, yeah, not doing that great. Looking 11th, but hey, no Tomasek on the board, so rip my team this week. Damn. Back to the drawing board, I guess.
Well, Ducky will leave you by far.
Well, as long as me, you, and Daki continue to climb, like, okay, between the 3 of us, there's always the contest, but the further we climb, the less people get gold. So everyone else who's participating in the league, get good, because we started 1 week later, and we're like, you know, you're like 230, I'm 160-something, Daki's 140-something, so, I mean, come on, guys. I think the top guys are untouchable right now.
Yeah, but they had a huge head start compared to us, but we might even, I mean, at least Zaki and me are catching up to them.
A microphone tickles my beard sometimes. You know, beard problems, guys. It's unfortunate.
Big beard problems there, but let's see the standings and how are we doing on the league now.
Yep, and as we said, Oops and Isuba now tied there on points, both on 14 points, but we also, Mojo, have a tie at the top of the table.
Yes, Ding and Kazna crew now are exactly the same also, but Estuba has a match more than Oops, as we already said, so Oops has that going for them, so there is a chance for them to leave them a bit. But I think the only differences now are like between 3rd and 6th spot, as I remember on playoffs, depending on what the format is, but it will probably be like 3rd against 6th and 4th against 5th.
Yeah, from what I can remember, it does go something like that, yeah. So 3rd plays 6th, 5th plays 4th, and then it's just
if it's the same format like last year, it's going to be like that.
It's just simply one bracket plays against the 1st place and the other bracket winners play against the 2nd place when it comes to LAN. So yeah, I mean, the teams who want to avoid the online playoffs, they want those 1 and 2 spots. That means they automatically get through to the LAN finals, which will be happening here in Katowice. We will announce that date later when we're ready to do so. And it will be interesting to see what teams make it, actually, especially the playoffs, because, I mean, we've got 7 teams here just now. I mean, there's a high potential they can all take points off each other. We've seen it all season. It will be really interesting.
It's going to be a dodgy one, as we said on the start of the season. Some of the teams will buy themselves for that 1 point they are missing somewhere.
It's going to be right to the wire sometimes. So just like, we should have just, if only we could have just, and it's like,
but
well...
this is how I like it. It's like close and messy.
It's very, very interesting. Now, if you have been participating in the quest and you did all the requirements, congratulations, it is Lost Welshman. Well, there is multiple jokes about where you could find a Welshman, but we're not going to go in there. Let's ask Carrie Barry, perhaps he would know. You know, there was actually a Welsh farmer who was given the award for being the best farmer of the year. And when they gave him it, Mojo, apparently it was because he was outstanding in his field.
Brilliant. Is that some kind of island humor?
Oh, come on, that was a good one.
Ha.
Ha, 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 ha. Right, now let's look at the schedule for tomorrow, Mojo, because we have 2 matches lined up for everyone to watch. It is going to be 2 absolute slobber knockers.
Wow, those are the beasts. They will be casted by Ryan and Ducky, so you guys just lay back and enjoy it, but Kazna and Ding will battle for the 1st place there.
Now,
oh, ho, ho.
Whilst we have everyone in chat just now, because we might not have the same people in chat now that we'll have tomorrow, I would like everybody in chat to say happy birthday, Mojo, because Mojo, it's his birthday tomorrow.
It's tomorrow, it's not today, too early,
yes,
come on.
But we can give you a happy birthday from everyone in chat now, and then tomorrow me and Daki will get everyone to give you a happy birthday tomorrow as well.
Tomorrow is going to be a happy birthday for sure.
So yes, you enjoy your birthday tomorrow, sir.
While you're casting, I will.
I mean, I can't believe that. I mean, Daki's 21, I'm 36 this year, and Mojo, you're 26 this year. So, I mean, Unbelievable, sir. Unbelievable.
16 almost.
16 almost.
Getting younger by the year.
16 again, yeah. You're like Benjamin Button.
Yeah. Also, while you're still there, do send suggestions what will Ryan wear next week,
No, it's no
because
need, it's
he
no-
will cast
it's
on
no
the next
need,
week on Thursday, I think.
Cut.
Yeah. No, it's not with me. So Friday. then.
Thursday is me and Daki, I believe, yeah, and it's me and Daki.
You have
again
about 1
Sunday?
week to think something very special.
Actually, are we not casting on Sunday? We're
No.
casting. No?
Nope.
I don't even know what day of the week it is, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, you know, so... we'll find out, Mojo, we'll find out. Let's see. Thanks for the suggestions in advance, people. I'm sure you guys have got some lovely colour combos. The best thing is Mojo has to find it, so...
I'll make
yeah.
something.
I'm not going to wear something you've
I'll
made.
paint it myself.
No, God, no. Right. Okay. You guys have been a fantastic audience. It's been a pleasure casting for you this evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.